the Parliament, the House of Assembly. Good afternoon, St. Lucia. We're downtown in Castries. Myself, Lisa Joseph, alongside Primus Hutchinson. We are just moments away from the delivery by the Honorable Prime Minister, Alan Chasney, of the appropriation bill for 2021 and 2022. The Parliament chamber is beginning to fill. We can see the Prime Minister, Honorable Chasney, in conversation there with members. We also see the former Prime Minister and the member for Castries North, who has also made his entrance. Primus, good day to you.
Hi, the expectancy is here again. This time it's the appropriation bill. That's when all is all open and ready to receive the presentation by the PM. Every constituency, every settlement,
every section of St. Lucia,
yes,
quite eager both here and abroad.
What is in place for them.
And let's just remind the Prime Minister that at the delivery of the estimates of revenue and expenditure, the Prime Minister did indicate that the budget for the coming fiscal year is $1.639 billion. And of course, in the estimate, he gave a detailed account of what the previous year was like financially for the island. And we know that COVID-19 definitely impacted us, Primus, considerably on the fiscal end as well as on the health. And you would know by now, Primus, that the COVID-related deaths in St. Lucia definitely escalated, skyrocketed. Quite sadly, we are at 64 COVID-19 related deaths. Very, very tragic and sad situation for us.
If I may add, the activity so recently of the Lucia volcano, and that we have to receive evacuees from St. Vincent. I am not sure how this will impact our finances, as you know, although we've been appealing to our locals and others to assist, but how will that have an impact
on government? And I believe that there will be some impact. The Prime Minister has indicated as much. However, because again it is a crisis that needs to be responded to, I do believe that the focus really is being able to find the maneuverings, if you will, to be able to assist. But
as that our people are always open-hearted.
We do have the house bank that was launched.
They will come, and
yes.
I'm sure that our solution, Vincentian brothers and sisters will be well received, and the stay, I'm sure the one that will be comfortable enough, and so on, and that throughout the stay, whether it be 3 months or whatever, that it will be one that will be well attended to, and that there will be peace of mind and stress-free and all of that, and that is what we really want to assist our brothers and sisters with. So the chamber is being slowly, people are twinkling in, parliamentarians, and of course because of COVID we of course cannot have the
sort of full complement. And so what we have been doing and what we've been seeing from us is that we do have the gallery where there's more space to accommodate numbers. We've seen the senators, the prominent secretaries and other government officials filling in, but of course, as you indicated, the numbers are certainly not as high as what we were accustomed to prior to COVID-19. The Speaker of the House, Primus, we've been signaled he is making his entrance anytime from now. I do believe I see him coming up the steps.
Quickly before he gets in, that we should put in a bit of Creole. Monsieur, Madame, qu'on savent, deuxième phase débat sur PGA, qui continue aujourd'hui, le ministre a fait présentation. et après ça, yon billion, ho 6 millions de chèques dollars avec ça associé nous kay serve qui qualité plan gouvernement pour le développement pays pour l'année prochaine. Aussi nous savons en pile en sa gouvernement qui mettait attention associée à cette maladie corona et que ça c'est un qui a pesé à son économie pays en pile en ça et que ça a pesé à son économie pays en pile et que nous savons gouvernement qui met pile attention à ce moment pour adresser situation ça l'a accompli. Comme il s'est dit, nous avons malheureusement perdu plus que 64 personnes qui ont trépassé à cause de maladie corona. Ça c'est un qui le gouvernement peut mettre pile attention à ça.
We've just been given another signal there, Primus,
yes.
From the Sergeant at Arms, indicating that the Speaker of the House is ready and he will be making his entrance once again anytime from now. So we now have the leader of the opposition is now seated.
Yeah. Lisa, just to give a definition of the appropriation bill, of course, sometimes it's necessary to remind our listeners and to educate them a little bit about this. It says that the appropriation bill gives power to the government to withdraw funds from the consolidated fund for meeting the expenditure during the financial year. Of course, some people will understand, some people will be knowledgeable about this, but sometimes it's necessary to at least remind. It also says that in describing the appropriation bill, it says that it posts the discussions on budget proposals and the voting on demands for grants. The government introduces the appropriation bill. It is intended to give authority to the government to withdraw from the consolidated fund the amounts so voted for meeting the expenditure during the financial year. It's basically what was said, just a little more than just what was said a moment ago. So we await the arrival of the speaker in a moment now, Jesse.
That's quite all right. We're kindred sisters, so I accept that. But we do know, Primus, that for the budget, the theme for the appropriation bill or the budget is adapting, overcoming, and persevering. We are a resilient nation. No doubt that this theme, Primus, reflects what the Prime Minister has been saying in the last year, and of course it reflects the times that we're in with the impact of COVID-19. Certainly, as I said earlier, COVID-19 has really created a dire situation for St. Lucia, the Caribbean, and the world over. Fiscally, there are so many economic challenges as a result of COVID-19, with all of the lockdowns, with the increased expenditure, which was so unforeseen for everyone, for every single government around the world. And of course, we cannot not take into account the health implication, the health impacts of COVID-19. And certainly, if we can draw from what the Prime Minister has been saying, and even what he indicated during the delivery of the estimates, that COVID will certainly not be allowed to define who we are as a people. Hence, the sub-theme, we are a resilient nation. And so certainly what the Prime Minister has been stressing is that government is going to do all within its power to ensure that we prepare ourselves, steady ourselves, so that when COVID-19 abates, when COVID-19 releases its clutches on St. Lucia and the rest of the world, that we are in a competitive position to take advantage of all of the new opportunities that will be at our hands. And certainly, Primus, COVID-19 has presented new opportunities despite all of the gloom.
It has. And of course, as a small island state, the challenges, the magnitude of challenges that we are faced with, and we've been able, to manage, as well as we could under the circumstances, and hopefully we're looking forward to the disappearance of COVID completely sooner than later. Lisa.
I would think that, and let's just recall that in the last year, the government has been able to provide much needed support to our vulnerable and unemployed St. Lucians. You know that within the income support program, there was a payout of $7.25 million that benefited some 4,865 people under the electricity assistance program from October 2020 to March 2021. We had in the region of 3,000 people benefiting from that, where the government provided credit onto their electricity account, so the government paid a portion of the electricity bill. So we also had a number of provisions made, including the under the Basic Needs Trust Fund, provisions made there to support children, and the Moshi Child Development Center benefited tremendously under a specific project. We also had the 700 people employed in the caretakers program, which brought additional income to individuals at this very stressed time. Primus, we did have a $2.5 million stimulus program there under the caretakers program that ran for 2 cycles. We also know that under these St. Lucia Development Bank, the SLDB, the development bank, that government has made a number of injections in their Primus to really assist the entrepreneurs. Small businesses are benefiting as a result of the cash injection there, and the whole idea is to be able to have these small businesses steady themselves, who have been severely impacted by COVID-19, and of course to sort of replenish their stock, be able to take care of the employees by way of salaries and whatever other payables that need to be done in order to be able to stay afloat, and of course to position themselves to be competitive. As I indicated, that certainly competition is very, very necessary if we are going to be able to survive in this world, and so we must do all that we can in order to signal that we are ready for that.
Ok, Lisa, merci. Pour dire ça, Lisa, expliquer ça, Lisa, en idée en anglais là, dans ce programme là qui le gouvernement a établi pour aider en basse situation corona, c'est assistance pour mon pays bill courant. Plus que 3 000 personnes ont trouvé assistance là pour assistance pour payer bill courant. Aussi provision est faite pour assister à pile mamai au programme BNTF. Aussi la tenue assistance pour plus que 700 mon pays la diverses assistances yo recevré pour changer ça. Aussi le gouvernement dépensé en haut $2 millions pour assister mon en diverses façons. Tout effort ça va fait à la maladie Covid là qui est une cause low monde pour perdre travail, particulièrement à l'industrie hôtel là. Et que ça c'est divers programmes que le gouvernement a mis en place, et le gouvernement a continué pour mettre divers programmes en place pour assister, et que nous avons créé qui nous espoir qui dans la présentation ça l'a obligé à ça c'est à ce bagage qui premier ministre là qui a adossé ça.
And certainly, farmers, another important aspect is education. It's a section that we cannot overlook, can't overstate its importance. We know that for COVID-19, this certainly brought a changed environment to our students and teachers. It created a whole new way of being able to learn, and that, of course, had the government to accelerate the ICT in education program, because that had been ongoing now for the last 3.5 years. And certainly what COVID did was to, as I say, to accelerate, fast track, to be able to have everyone benefit. So while we did have the pilot project for the Learn Book, what we refer to as the e-book, we did have a pilot project with 13 schools, and some 3,000 Learn Books had been distributed for that pilot phase. When COVID-19 came around, certainly the government now had to fast track the ordering of the Learn Books. So we saw that there was a 5,000 Learn Books, an additional 5,000, I should say, and that was distributed. With the laptops, there were more than 800 distributed as well. And quite interestingly, Primus, the Learn Book, in order to ensure the accessibility for all, and for those students who do not have internet connectivity, they were given the MiFi device, which allows them to be able to use the Learn Book and have that internet, if you will, that internet connection.
If I may interject, the MiFi, that's completely new to me. Maybe I'm not sure if you can. You know me, and I'm not technologically savvy, but can you perhaps explain briefly?
Well, I'm no guru, but I think the simplest way that I can put it is just what I said, that it will allow you to be able to use that device, or any device. So it's almost like, if I want to put it very, very simply, it's like being able to give your device credit.
Issues, eh?
Yes.
Okay.
So you're giving it credit, if you will. But seriously, being able to have that data right there, and being to apply that data onto the device.
Sure.
So that in effect is what it is. So giving you that internet connection, so once you don't have it at your house.
That will be beneficial to many.
And it's a year. It's valued for 1 year. 1 year. Yes, the MiFi is valued for 1 year, and so the total cost of that Primus came to $16 million.
16,
yes, $16 million. Certainly investment there for education. And there are several other aspects to that. We do for the ICT program, ICT in education program, Primus, we at the GI certainly we've reported on aspects of the smart classroom, where you are outfitting classrooms to be able to have everything digitally, in order for them to be able to provide this new age teaching and learning environment.
Oui, monsieur, madame, quand Lisa expliqué, on a aussi progrès que j'ai fait, c'est le gouvernement, le ministère de l'Éducation, pour tuer un service nouveau pour maman apprendre l'école. Servir internet là avec diverses façons, avec plusieurs moments. On sait aussi, j'ai trouvé l'occasion pour faire ça, particulièrement côté maman, pas trouver ni l'occasion, l'opportunité pour ça servir internet. Ça a pris MiFi, ça coûte au gouvernement $16 millions pour établir ça. Ça veut dire maman qui part, si ça a trouvé service internet, quand ça a servi programme MiFi ça pour ça aider à études. Et quand il s'est dit, ça c'est une direction qui nous éducation calée cette aussi pour le moment pour l'année qui vient. Donc ça c'est une qui pas obligé de replacer le système d'éducation à présent, qui a existé, mais il y a des oppositions pour élever, avancer degré d'éducation et de manière l'école qui a fait leçon à l'école à présent.
Farmers, we know that crime, violence certainly has been on the minds of every St. Lucian, on top of everything else that we have to contend with. Farmers, the murder rate, certainly that is a major source of concern. I do believe that the Prime Minister and members of the government have indicated their own concerns regarding that. I do remember the Minister for Local Government Equity, Honorable Leonard Montout, during the estimates, lamenting that as well. So much so that they gave the announcement that $4.5 million was being pumped into the Youth Empowerment Program, and that intervention program seeks to target young men, youth at risk, families in crisis, and so forth. So it is really that sort of social aspect, a social program to see if we can address what the crime situation is at those root causes. And so that program is in its pilot phase, and I think it's covering the Castries Basin. It's being done alongside the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. And I am eager to see the sort of fruits of that program, because by and large it sounds very promising on how we can begin to, on the social aspect of things, tackle crime.
Ok, oui, Lisa, en situation qui très qu'a détruit nation, les peuples citoyens, c'est cette situation de crime, et que le gouvernement a établi en façon pour aider les jeunesses, pour ça, les jeunesse en direction qui meilleure la vie. Le gouvernement a dépassé 4,5 millions de dollars pour faire possible pour ça placer les jeunesses dans une situation côté pour décourager dans la vie crime et pour mettre dans un bon chemin pour aider la vie. Listen, I think the speaker is
We can now
about
see
to make his
movement on the
entrance.
staircase.
Yes.
The Speaker of the House making the entrance.
The word hope means to expect with confidence or joyful and confident expectation. Today, as we play our role as our brother keepers in helping our neighbor St. Vincent, it is our prayer that we will bring hope to our brothers and sisters there during this additional disaster that they are facing now. Let us continue to bring hope to the hopeless. Let us pray. Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, all wisdom, and all understanding, we thine unworthy servants here gathered here today, in thy name do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy mighty heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and to guide us in all our consultation. And grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, lay aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections. The result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name. The maintenance of true religion, the justice, the safety and honor and happiness of the Queen, the public weal, peace and tranquility of St. Lucia, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity one towards another, through Christ Jesus our Lord. Amen. The grace of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen.
Honorable members, I know that you are all aware of the situation in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. As Speaker, I am trying, I'm reaching out to our colleagues on the island. I hope that you could do the same by reaching somebody you may know and to find out how we as a parliament can assist the parliament and the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I have also received word from the member of Denver South. He's unable to be with us at this time. Statements by ministers. Papers to be laid. Honorable Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Growth, Job Creation, External Affairs and the Public Service.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory Instrument Number 56 of 2021, Special Development Areas Amendment of Schedule 2 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 57 of 2021, COVID-19 Prevention and Control, Physical Distancing Number 3, Amendment Number 3 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 58 of 2021, Constitution of St. Lucia, State of Emergency Amendment Number 2 Regulations. Statutory Instrument Number 59 of 2021, COVID-19 Prevention and Control, Prohibition of Assembly Number 3 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 61 of 21, Excise Tax Amendment of Schedule 1, Number 5 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 62 of 2021, Eastern Caribbean Central Bank Agreement Amendment Order. Statutory Instrument Number 63 of 2021, Constitution of St. Lucia, State of Emergency Amendment Number 3 Regulations. Statutory Instrument Number 64 of 2021, COVID-19 Prevention and Control, Physical Distancing Number 3 Amendment Number 4 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 66 of 21, Banking Royal Bank of Canada Banking Vesting, Business Vesting Order. Economic and Social Review 2020. Police Complaints Commission St. Lucia Annual Report for the period January to December 2018. Police Complaints Commission St. Lucia Annual Report for the period January-December 2019.
Honorable members, uh, before we continue with papers, let me just take the opportunity, I don't know why, two things, well, free, two in one, first to acknowledge and extend our condolences through the Governor General to Her Majesty the Queen on the passing of Prince Philip. As a parliament, I think it is only right that we extend through the Governor General our condolences to Her Majesty. And the other item I have, it is never too late to say happy birthday to our colleagues, though belated. Let me start with the last first, the Honorable Member for Soufrière, and then the other member for Castries Southeast and member for Babona. So members may wish to take the opportunity to extend belated birthday greetings to honorable members. Honorable Minister for Economic Development, Housing, Urban Renewal, Transport and Civil Aviation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory Instrument Number 65 of 2021, Civil Aviation Security Regulations.
Honorable Minister for Commerce, Industry, Enterprise Development, and Consumer Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory Instrument Number 60 of 2021, Price Control Amendment Number 5, Order.
Bills. Honorable Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Growth, Job Creation, External Affairs, and the Public Service.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present the first reading of a bill shortly entitled Appropriation 2021-2022.
Appropriation 2021-2022.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order 48-2 to enable the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that Standing Order number 48-2 be suspended to allow the Honorable Prime Minister to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We may proceed. Leave is granted. Honorable Member for Castries North and Minister for Infrastructure, Ports, Energy and Labour.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order 32-9 to enable the Honorable Prime Minister to uninterruptedly introduce the Appropriation 2021-2022 bill for second reading.
Honorable members, the question is that Standing Order number 42-9 be suspended to enable the Honorable Prime Minister to uninterruptedly introduce the Appropriation 2021-2022 bill for second reading. I now put a question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as have a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable Prime Minister, leave is granted.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the second reading of a bill shortly entitled Appropriation 2021-2022. Mr. Speaker, you will recall that a few weeks ago, on March 16th to be exact, I had the honor of presenting the estimates of revenue and expenditure to this Honorable House for the new financial year 2021-2022, which totaled an estimated $1.639 billion. Once again, in keeping with the fine tradition of this Honorable House, and as mandated by the St. Lucia's Constitution and the Public Finance Management Act number 14 of 2020, I come before you, and indeed the people of our blessed and beautiful St. Lucia, to present the policy agenda of my administration and to provide the rationale and framework which underpins the expenditure program to be implemented in the new financial year 2021-2022. Before I delve further into the details of my presentation, Mr. Speaker, it is necessary first for me once again to give thanks to the good Lord for his grace and countless mercies bestowed upon our country over the past year, which have allowed me to carry the mantle of leadership, especially at this historically challenging time. To him be the glory. May the all-powerful good Almighty preside over us and provide us with the wisdom, strength, and courage as we confront the challenges and decisions that await us. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to take an extended special thanks and gratitude to my constituents, the people of Micoud South in particular, and the people of St. Lucia in general, for their continued confidence and support over the past 5 years. Mr. Speaker, on April 2nd, the Republic of China, Taiwan, a tried and true ally of St. Lucia, experienced the shock and distress consequent upon the crash of the 408 express train, which resulted in the death of 49 persons, with 200 more injured or hospitalized. Mr. Speaker, on April 9th, the Commonwealth lost the longest-serving consort to a British sovereign in the person of Prince Philip, husband of Queen Elizabeth II, and highly respected and loved figure. Mr. Speaker, our government reiterates its expression of deepest condolences to the government and the people of Taiwan and to the government and the people of the United Kingdom on behalf of all St. Lucians. We continue to pray for their peace and solace as they deal with such profound loss. Mr. Speaker, over the past few days, St. Lucia, together with the regional and international community, has undertaken response and relief actions as a result of the eruption of La Soufrière volcano in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This eruption compounds immeasurably the challenge of the COVID-19 pandemic and the imminent 2021 hurricane season. And so, Mr. Speaker, while we are continuing to activate our own national response plan, we are committed to supporting our sister country through its unprecedented, unpredictable, and difficult time. I've also received information, Mr. Speaker, sadly, that Mr. Gilbert Anthony, also known as Fire from Maguire-Babonneau, lost his life yesterday due to the heavy rains. Mr. Speaker, it is with deep sadness that I also wish to ask your permission to pay respect to the St. Lucians who lost their lives to the coronavirus this past year. Our nation grieves with the families of the 64 St. Lucians who have succumbed to COVID-19. That is, 64 families devastated by the loss of their loved ones, and for this we sympathize with them. Every life is precious, and we share in their loss. Mr. Speaker, I beg the honorable members once again to stand with me for a moment of silence in honor of the lives lost.
Members.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the last 12 months have been unprecedented in many respects, not only for St. Lucia, but also for the rest of the world. The challenges confronted have tested our resolve and belief in ourselves as a people and as a country. Notwithstanding, the events of the past year have solidified my confidence in our people, their understanding of the challenges we face, and the part they can play in the national interest. The support and cooperation which my government has enjoyed during our term in office is deeply appreciated, and I am exceedingly grateful to all who stood up to be counted when our country needed you the most. Mr. Speaker, we are still battling through the physical and emotional trauma of a pandemic that has cast a huge shadow over our lives in unimaginable ways. Many of us were filled with anxiety or fear, whether from loss of our livelihoods in terms of employment and income for individuals and businesses, or from the possibility of contracting the virus which has so far infected millions around the world. Or maybe this anxiety came from the frustrations caused by the curtailment of some of our freedoms and civil liberties, which resulted from disruptions to our economic and social life. Mr. Speaker, the impact of COVID-19 health crisis on the fiscal health of the government of St. Lucia has been just as devastating as a result of the unprecedented steep declines in revenue needed to meet fixed or non-discretionary expenditure obligations, especially with respect to the monthly debt servicing and personal emoluments of public servants as top priorities, to the tune of $66 million a month. The mounting stack of accounts payables as a result of the services and procurement of goods, supplies, and equipment needed to maintain the operation of the government and to deliver the much-needed services to our people, especially at hospitals, polyclinics, and respiratory centers, remains a challenge and a concern for us, as these resources are also needed to keep businesses afloat and people employed. These are among the hard choices that we have had to make as a result of the adverse impact of COVID-19 pandemic, and some have borne fruit. And so, Mr. Speaker, I must state that I am very proud of our people as a whole. Together, we have risen to confront these challenges, demonstrated our resolve, and provided that we are a resilient nation. For this reason, Mr. Speaker, as I stand here today to present the appropriation bill for this fiscal year, I am comforted by the fact that our country is not wallowing in doubt and self-pity. We are focused on completing a journey, not just of survival, but of true growth and development towards a better place for our people. Mr. Speaker, a year ago when I presented the budget for the fiscal year 2020-2021, I said it was without a doubt the most important national budget in the history of St. Lucia. At that time, Mr. Speaker, we were in the early months of the COVID-19 pandemic, and it was also for us uncharted territory. We are in a place we had never been before. I also made the point, Mr. Speaker, that every budget must recognize and relate to conditions in the country at a particular point in time. So while last year's budget addressed the fight against COVID-19, this year our focus is on how we live and thrive in a world with and changed by COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, as I've said before, we will not allow COVID-19 to define, deter, or derail us. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the evidence is all around us that the people of St. Lucia subscribe to this notion, as evidenced by the tremendous outpouring of effort and energy that we've been witnessing in all sectors to get our country back on its feet. This is a testament to our resilience as a people, as we lived up to the words of our anthem, strong in soul and strong in arm. From the very year of our independence in 1979, we have faced adversity of all kinds, such as natural disasters like hurricanes, or man-made disasters of a political or economic nature, domestic or foreign. We could not have made meaningful progress if everyone had adopted individualistic positions based only on I. What we have done, Mr. Speaker, demonstrates in the clear terms the power of we, the unity that we, the sons and the daughters of St. Lucia, need in order to push our country forward and make it truly great. Mr. Speaker, as I listen to many stories and examples of St. Lucians coming together to support each other, I realize that COVID-19 has in some way brought us even closer together and made us stronger as a nation. With this solidarity, we are better equipped to face the future. So, Mr. Speaker, while we have not fully conquered the virus, we are nonetheless adapting to it. We're forging ahead and have been preparing ourselves to take advantage of the opportunities that we know will arise as the world reopens and returns to some level of normalcy. This is the message and focus of the 2021-2022 appropriation bill, as reflected in the theme of this presentation: adapting, overcoming, and persevering, building a resilient nation. Mr. Speaker, you must have heard it said before that every crisis brings with it a new opportunities. The concept of building a new societies is not new. We hear it echoed by the leaders everywhere, especially these days. President Biden of the United States has repeatedly stressed that the focus of his administration will be on building back better. The pandemic has presented us with a golden opportunity to resume the challenge that we have set ourselves of creating a new St. Lucia. We must build anew and in better and more resilient manner. Mr. Speaker, the 2021-2022 appropriation bills finds us in St. Lucia at two distinct pathways. The first is that, barring any resurgence in the form of a fourth wave, we could well be at the beginning of the end of the stage of COVID-19 pandemic. This is not a prediction, but I believe that given the continuing success of the vaccination programs that are currently ongoing all over the world, especially in our main source markets, we are likely to begin the process of returning soon to some semblance of normalcy. Mr. Speaker, as we reflect on our experiences with the COVID-19 pandemic, we're now even more convinced that the medium-term development strategy, which I detailed to this Honorable House a year ago, has served us in good stead and has provided us with the clear priorities and directions to take on COVID-19. The programs in the MTDS are shown to be the right ones, not only manage the COVID-19 pandemic, but also to position St. Lucia to participate and compete in the global economy on a path of excellence and resilience. Mr. Speaker, I spoke earlier of our country being the crossroads at this time. The second pathway is that the presentation of this appropriation bill and policy statement is coinciding with the end of my government's current term in office. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we've begun the task of taking our stewardship over the last 5 years to the electorate in our quest for a second term, and we're doing so with the confidence and pride. Attempts have also been made, Mr. Speaker, again in this Honourable House, to tarnish the name of our government and party with all kinds of spurious and unfounded assertions, when in fact there is well-documented maladministration and mismanagement by the former administration. We will respond to these claims in another form at the appropriate time. Mr. Speaker, as is most apparent, while we have been fighting COVID-19, we've also been working to strengthen our infrastructure, to create the foundation for us to grow faster and be more competitive when the world fully reopens. Without a doubt, Mr. Speaker, we have managed our country with the right and timely mix of responses in terms of protocols and policy measures to protect lives and livelihoods. Contrary to what our critics are saying, keeping our hotels and borders open together with our protocols have been critical to our success thus far. As a result, Mr. Speaker, as of July to December of this year, we will have more airlift into St. Lucia than we had at the same time in 2019. Mr. Speaker, let's first examine the international and regional context, which sets the backdrop against which we have had to operate and against which we must gauge our own performance and forge a path forward. Mr. Speaker, the year 2020 will be remembered as being unprecedented in many ways, not least for the magnitude of the economic contraction, which almost uniformly affected the world as a result of millions of infected cases from the COVID-19 pandemic. As a consequence, global growth contracted by 3.3% on account of the recession, which started with the collapse of the economic activity in the second quarter and compounded by the effects of the so-called Great Lockdown, which triggered an economic crisis in parallel with the global health crisis. Optimistic projections for a turnaround in the third quarter following the implementation of travel restrictions, curfews, and social distancing were quickly reversed, with outbreaks of variants of the virus resulting in even more curtailment of mobility and economic activity. The adverse effects of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 persisted longer than was initially expected, resulting in a slower recovery in 2021 than was previously forecasted then. As a result, Mr. Speaker, although the gradual recovery is on the way, it is anticipated that the global economic output will not return to pre-pandemic levels this year. Accordingly, we can expect a broadly similar outlook in terms of the pace of the recovery, especially for tourism-dependent countries in the Caribbean region and elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 pandemic caused major disruptions to global supply chains, shipping and logistics, as well as to labor markets. The service economy was particularly hard hit, given the major losses of income of workers and businesses. Governments, especially in advanced economies, US and Europe in particular, responded by providing financial assistance to their citizens to support consumption and demand. This was done through the provision of a mix of fiscal stimulus in terms of tax breaks, cash transfers, and liquidity-supported finance through the quantitative easing. In other words, Mr. Speaker, printing of money. Mr. Speaker, the economic fallout of COVID-19 pandemic has had a more devastating impact on the Caribbean region than even the financial crisis of 2008 to 2009. As a result, most countries in the region recorded dramatic economic contractions and spikes in unemployment levels due to layoffs or closure as the public safety measures were rolled out amidst uncertainty about the extent and the duration of the pandemic. The exception was Guyana, which recorded robust double-digit growth despite lower export demand and world oil prices. This positive growth rate was due to its unique situation of oil discovery and the industry takeoff. Other commodity-driven countries such as Trinidad suffered negative growth rates as oil prices collapsed. However, Mr. Speaker, the negative impact of the COVID-19 pandemic was greatest on tourism-dependent economies. Hence, as arguably the most tourism-dependent region in the world, the Caribbean felt the brunt of the ravages of the pandemic as travel restrictions and other measures were implemented around the world in an attempt to stem the spread of the virus. Thus, the performance of the region as a whole was largely determined by the fortunes of the tourism industry, which is labor-intensive and by its very nature involves extensive person-to-person interaction. According to the Caribbean Tourism Organization, tourist arrivals in the Caribbean fell by 65.5% in 2020. The impact of COVID-19 on the travel and tourism industry was particularly acute during the period of April to June, when many countries, including St. Lucia, closed their borders and implemented lockdowns, resulting in no activity in some destinations. Across the region, the fiscal situation of countries deteriorated as public expenditure on healthcare and the provision of support to workers and businesses through stimulus packages and other forms of assistance increased as government revenues fell. In many cases, this resulted in increased levels of public debt and emergency loans to provide budgetary support. The net result of this vulnerability, Mr. Speaker, is seen in double-digit contractions in the last 8 CARICOM states, especially the smaller OECS territories, including St. Lucia. Consequently, Mr. Speaker, it is no surprise the GDP in the Eastern Caribbean currency, ECC, now is estimated to have contracted by 14% in 2020. Mr. Speaker, in line with the deep contractions in global and regional economic activity, St. Lucia domestic economy in 2020 is estimated by the Central Statistics Office to have contracted by 20.4%. Output in the tourism sector is estimated to have declined by about 60% in 2020 as a result of decline in the number of visitors to St. Lucia, which fell by almost 65% compared to the previous year, which recorded 1,297,163. There were 458,943 visitors in 2020, Mr. Speaker. In 2020, our economy experienced the combined effect of near absence of the cruise ship sector, closed from March 2020, which supplies an average of over 700,000 visitors and an almost 70% decline in stayover arrivals, which total just over 130,000. Mr. Speaker, the construction sector was also adversely affected by the pandemic, albeit in different ways, including delays and disruptions from the effects of protocols like closures and curfews. In order to support the sector, the government fast-tracked projects and increased public sector expenditure to just over $200 million on pre-planned projects to stimulate the economy. Given closures and employment losses in the tourism and elsewhere, private sector construction activity in 2020 was insufficient to stave off an overall contraction in the sector, estimated at 9.9%. Mr. Speaker, the agricultural sector was also not spared. The ravages of the pandemic and the contracted by 9.5% of the face of the array of supply challenges, as well as depressed domestic demand due to the closure of hotels and restaurants. The agricultural sector also reeled from a decline in banana production and exports by almost 30%, which can be largely attributed to the changes in the marketing and distribution arrangements in the UK market on account of the dissolution of Windfresh UK Limited and the disposal of strategic assets which support distribution and enhance the competitiveness of the Windward Islands bananas. This outturn was not offset by exports to the region, which also recorded a decline of 25%. Mr. Speaker, the critical importance of tourism is further demonstrated by the fact that most of the subsectors of agriculture that supplied the tourism industry, such as the non-banana agriculture, livestock, local fishing, as well as the emerging new sectors like sea moss production, among others, posted contractions in performance on account of the loss of the critical demand provided by the tourist market. Mr. Speaker, there were some very encouraging signs from the manufacturing sector. It responded and took advantage of opportunities to supply locally produced protective and sanitary products to assist with the fight against COVID-19, and also fill gaps created by disruptions to supply chains. Despite these efforts, the sector still contracted by 10.4% relative to its performance in 2019. Again, this is largely due to the reduced demand from the local tourism industry, together with local supermarket demand reflective of a drop in employment levels. Notably, the construction, ICT, and manufacturing sectors played a significant role in absorbing workers displaced from the tourism sector, thereby helping to cushion the effects of the pandemic on the tourism sector. Keeping our borders open so some hotels could operate safely, supporting the expansion of our call centers, all helped to curtail the fallout from the job losses due to the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, this in summary explains our domestic performance at the height of the pandemic. However, we look forward towards brighter prospects for our country and our people in 2021. Mr. Speaker, the IMF, in its latest World Economic Outlook, released on April 6, 2021, has revised its earlier GDP growth projections upward. An expansion of the global economy of 6% is now expected for 2021, with growth ranging between 3.3% to 6.4% for advanced economies, including the US, Canada, and the Euro area. The US is expected to exceed its pre-pandemic GDP levels in 2021, while others will return to pre-COVID levels later in 2022 and 2023. As you would no doubt appreciate, Mr. Speaker, the pace of this recovery on how robust it is hinges on a number of situational factors. In particular, the rate of rollout of COVID-19 vaccines, both in source markets and here locally, together with the ability of countries to contain the spread of the virus. Mr. Speaker, admittedly, the outlook for the world economy remains shrouded in uncertainty given that some countries, including those in Latin America and parts of Europe, are now experiencing resurgences within the third or fourth waves of infection of the virus. In keeping with this outlook, Mr. Speaker, the regional economy is also forecast to benefit from this recovery. The IMF World Economic Outlook for the Caribbean region projects GDP growth of 3.3% in 2021 and 11.1% in 2022. According to the Caribbean Tourism Organization, recovery for the region will be driven mainly by a turnaround in tourism sector in terms of anticipated improved arrival levels when compared to the 65.6% decline in arrivals for 2020. Even as this projected recovery of the tourism sector is expected to bring some relief in the short term, in the first instance, the long-term effects of this pandemic are likely to linger for some time. Meanwhile, St. Lucia is poised to experience a partial economic recovery in 2021 as well. This will be driven by an expected increase in economic activity in the second half of 2021. Public sector construction is expected to drive through in 2021 as a result of the timely implementation of various major pre-planned projects aimed at upgrading the core infrastructure, among other initiatives. Most of these are in the form of shovel-ready projects, which are ongoing, while others are in the cusp of commencement. In addition, the tourism sector is expected to partly recover and boost overall economic activity with positive impacts on investor and consumer confidence. Increased activity is also expected from the increased ease of doing business as consumers and businesses continue to adapt to the new normal. Consequently, Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia, like the rest of the region and the world, remains vulnerable to external shocks, which pose downside risk. These risks include unforeseen delays in the execution of construction activities, the impact of extreme weather events, retained travel restrictions and protocols which may constrain the pace of tourism rebound and increase pressure on public finances. Mr. Speaker, these are all very real threats, but I am confident that we have weathered the worst of this storm. The commitment we made in 2016 to building a new St. Lucia and the plan to build resilience has created the foundation for us to continue to strengthen this nation. Mr. Speaker, in last year's budget address, I articulated a three-pronged approach to tackling the pandemic. Notwithstanding the critical importance attached to protecting the health of our citizens, we were also cognizant from the onset of the need to provide focused and immediate attention to the socioeconomic fallout associated with the COVID-19. Permit me, therefore, Mr. Speaker, to provide a summary account of the salient feature of our COVID-19 response. Mr. Speaker, as a direct and timely response to the public health crisis, my government instituted the following measures. We secured technical support from the government of Cuba to strengthen and assist our local medical personnel, and a total of 110 doctors and nurses was added to our complement of staff. We secured the grant aid from the UNDP, Japan, and the Republic of China, Taiwan, for the personal protective equipment, PPE, and the medical equipment and supplies. We established 7 quarantine facilities. We facilitated the initial transition of the OKEU hospital. We facilitated the conversion of the Victoria Hospital into a respiratory clinic. We expanded our testing and contract tracing capacity. We initiated the rollout of the vaccination program, which to date has enabled 23,257 individuals from our eligible population to receive the first dose of the vaccine, and with the arrival of our first COVAX batch, they soon will receive their second. Mr. Speaker, throughout the process, we have pursued an approach of consultative engagement with all stakeholders, and we've embarked on an aggressive and diverse information, education, and communication campaign designed to minimize disinformation and distrust and to mobilize collective action and response. Mr. Speaker, these measures were imperative to any public health response to the pandemic. Our very survival as a nation depended on it. But this came at a significant cost and financial burden. Notwithstanding, this administration had to bite the bullet and make some tough decisions about how and where to secure financing, what initiatives would have to be foregone, and what expenditures needed to be prioritized. We overcame that challenge and we persevered. Mr. Speaker, this government quickly recognized that the pandemic would adversely impact large numbers of individuals and households, who in turn would require varying levels of support in order to cope with such devastation. As a precursor to our more robust and transformational social protection system, we swiftly devised and implemented the following package of short-term measures to enable our vulnerable population to better manage the fallout from the pandemic. An income support initiative to provide financial relief to persons who lost income due to COVID-19 was executed jointly by the Government of St. Lucia and the National Insurance Corporation. The income support program, which was implemented by the government, provided much needed financial support in the amount of $1,500 to just under 5,000 non-contributors to the NIC. This was designed to cover a $500 allowance for 3 months per individual and resulted in a total expenditure of $7.2 million. The program complemented the economic relief program administered by the NIC to its contributors, in which 11,800 individuals benefited a total cost of $66.5 million during the period April to September 2020. The distribution of agricultural produce packages to over 1,000 vulnerable households island-wide on a weekly basis. Tax relief measures and deferment of tax filing requirements for individuals and businesses. Vertical expansion of the level of support provided in the respect of foster care, child disability, and persons living with HIV. A national feeding program, which involved the distribution of over 19,000 meals across the island during the early days in the restriction on commercial activity. Under the Education Assistance Program, we provided support for back-to-school expenses, dispersing over $3 million to eligible households in every constituency. Mr. Speaker, while admittedly we have not liked to see some of the provisions covering a Mr. Speaker, while admittedly we would have liked to see some of the provisions covering a greater number of households, we are reminded constantly of the fiscal challenges and that of the associated choices and balancing of our decisions that must occur. We are, however, also aware that these actions have provided layered support to those who are presently recipients of the public assistance program. Mr. Speaker, these recipients are now benefiting from the addition of $75 being made available by the government under the electricity subsidy program. Mr. Speaker, as part of the efforts to assist families to better manage the negative effects from COVID-19 pandemic on their consumption and standard of living, we've extended the barrel trade concessions to allow households to import or receive food and other items in a non-commercial quantity duty-free. This concession ran from June 2020 to March 2021. Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate that the measures that I have outlined are temporary in nature and have provided a buffer for our long-term commitment to a more comprehensive social protection system, which I will elaborate on later in my presentation. Mr. Speaker, under our Economic Recovery and Resilience Plan, we outlined a range of measures targeted specifically at stimulating the economy. Permit me to report on the progress of those measures. Of the 32 interventions under the ERRP, the strategies include 3 recovery pillars and 3 resilience pillars. The following highlights progress made. Under the provision of blended loan grant support to medium and small micro enterprises with a focus on food security and adoption of digital technologies, as well as the inclusion of the working capital, injection, injection program, Mr. Speaker, through the St. Lucia Development Bank. I am pleased to report that the uptake has been encouraging. To date, over 100 businesses have sought to access this facility at a cost of $2.5 million. Disbursements of $1.2 million have already been made. Arrangements for the repurposing of blended funding for the Climate Adoption Fund are now being finalized. Microfinance loans to households to diversify into small and micro enterprises and cottage industries. Mr. Speaker, discussions and negotiations with the Caribbean Development Bank to provide credit and to such households, particularly those who have been displaced from the tourism sector, are ongoing. Implementation of the Electricity Assistance Program for persons adversely affected by COVID-19. Through the collaboration with LUCELEC, over 3,000 households thus far have benefited from subsidies towards their electricity bills of $75 a month. The implementation of shovel-ready projects, Mr. Speaker. We've been able to move ahead with the implementation of several capital investment projects, even in the midst of the pandemic. Significant strides have been made with projects such as the St. Jude Hospital, the Respiratory Hospital, the lane expansion in Rodney Bay, and other select road projects across the island. It is plain sight for all to see, Mr. Speaker. These initiatives have generated direct employment far in excess of 1,500 persons. And that does not incorporate employment generated by ancillary services and the revenue that enables supply companies to retain their own employees. St. Lucia Public Assistance Program has been expanded by 1,000 households from 2,600 to 3,600. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the horizontal expansion of the Public Assistance Program, the Child Disability Grants, Child Enforced Care Grant, and persons living with HIV transfers have all been augmented. In each case, Mr. Speaker, the monthly amounts were increased to respond to the potential loss of income to those households during this difficult time. The waiver of duties for the purchase of vehicles for both taxi operators and minibus operators for a 2-year period has been instituted, as well as the waiver of route permit license renewal fees for minibus operators and permit holders. Acceleration of reforms at the Development Control Authority to unlock both public and private sector investment projects and improve service delivery. Although both applications and approvals for 2020 decreased by 12% and 13% respectively compared to 2019, the DCA granted a total of 1,034 approvals for the year 2020. Provisions of duty-free concessions on vehicles to essential service public sector workers. Without a doubt, our frontline workers have gone above and beyond the call of duty during this pandemic. To date, hundreds of frontline workers have taken advantage of the concession, with 275 approvals and others in process. The provision of a waiver of duties on personal hygiene products to the general populace, as well as COVID-19 hygiene care packages to indigent, poor, and vulnerable households. Both measures were taken to curtail the spread of the virus and provide support to our citizens in these trying times. Resilience strategies and building. Competitiveness through digital transformation and adoption. Mr. Speaker, in the midst of the pandemic, the government launched its digital integrated government e-service DigiGov platform, designed to provide a central online gateway to government information and services. We're committed to a citizen-centric approach to our engagement with the public, and this became even more relevant with the advent of the COVID-19. More details will be provided later in this budget address. Supporting the business environment by fast-tracking legislation for increasing access to finance to medium, small, and micro enterprises through the security interest in movable properties and insolvency bills. This will provide business with the opportunity to access financing using businesses' movable assets such as equipment, receivables, and inventory. It is expected that these bills will be brought to the Parliament during the financial year. The intention is also to provide support for business continuity through the introduction of online productivity tool, where businesses will be able to measure productivity levels by using qualitative and quantitative indicators that are based on international best practices. Labor market enhancement, the commencement of the Human Capital Resilience Project, and the generation of employment through private sector development project, among others, will create the enabling environment for the enhance of skills training offerings and reskilling in some instances by utilizing TVET systems to create employment opportunities for the unemployed and displaced workers. Mainstreaming care for long-term management of COVID-19, the transition of Victoria Hospital into a full-fledged respiratory hospital is one of the measures we have taken under this pillar. Also under the European Investment Bank EIB loan approved in December of 2020, financing has been earmarked for isolation centers on the island. Managing and coordinating efforts to limit the health impact of COVID-19 on the population. We've continued the targeted purchase of PPEs, as well as the initial rollout of vaccines. The vaccination drive is a key tool to reducing death and incidence of disease, which will result in the further opening of the economy and bringing a sense of normalcy to our country. Manage symptoms of diabetic and hypertensive patients and reduce the risk of contracting COVID-19. Through the PAHO Hearts Pilot Project, administered at 6 primary wellness centers, as of March 31st, hypertension control was successfully recorded at 66%, 6 percentage points higher than the projected target for that period. Provision of water tanks to vulnerable groups and other stakeholder groups with support from the World Bank under the Disaster Vulnerability Reduction Project, DVRP. A total of 472 water tanks have been procured. Of this number, 190 were allocated to farmers island-wide. The remaining tanks have been distributed to various health facilities, faith-based organizations that are designated disaster shelters, and the National Emergency Management Organization, NEMO. During this financial year, Mr. Speaker, we will see the rollout of the following programs. The incentivizing of the commercial banking sector to lend to medium, small, and micro enterprises. The waiver of commercial property tax to landlords who extended moratorium or rent reductions to their tenants. The exemptions from tax for service and redundancy pay. The employee retention program, which grants tax relief to qualifying businesses. Mr. Speaker, while COVID-19 was understandably afforded priority attention, at no time did this government abandon other sectorial initiatives. On the contrary, we continue to pursue policy and program actions that complemented the COVID-19 recovery efforts, or which could provide impetus for recovery once the pandemic was under control. I shall briefly highlight some of these initiatives. Mr. Speaker, despite the pressures of the pandemic efforts geared towards removal of St. Lucia on the European EU list of non-cooperative jurisdictions for tax purposes, were sustained over the course of 2020. Mr. Speaker, on February 15, 2021, St. Lucia was officially removed from the EU's grey list . Our nation first appeared in the EU's annex, the blacklist, in December of 2017. but was subsequently placed in Annex 2, the gray list, in March of 2018. After a commitment was given to address all of the deficiencies highlighted by the European Code of Conduct Group as they relate to the international business sector. Between 2017 and 2020, the government worked tirelessly to make the requirements of all of the EU and engaged in extensive discussions with various stakeholders, both locally and internationally, to ensure compliance with the EU. Unfortunately, some of our regional counterparts are still on the blacklist or the gray list of the EU. Over the past 3 years, Mr. Speaker, the government pursued the enhancement of new legislation, the amendment of existing legislation, and the streamlining of procedures and processes in order to comply with the requirements of the EU. It must be stressed that the changes made are in keeping with the international tax standards set by the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development and the Global Forum on Transparency and the Exchange of Information for Tax Purposes, both of which have issued a compliant rating to St. Lucia. We would just wish to register our appreciation to the many stakeholders, particularly the registered agents and trustees and the companies they represent, as we continue to engage them in further dialogue in advancing other sectoral reforms geared at providing a conducive business environment for them to operate. Mr. Speaker, my government reaffirms its commitment to meeting international tax standards as they relate to transparency, the exchange of information, countering tax evasion, avoidance, based on erosion of profit sharing, whilst fostering the development and expansion of business sector. Mr. Speaker, in light of the adverse impact of the pandemic, the bulk of the school year was characterized by online learning. As a consequence, much of the sector's focus has been in the integration of information and communication technology. This approach involved a comprehensive overhaul of the e-education architecture that comprised connectivity, teacher training, content development, and ICT equipment and devices. To date, Mr. Speaker, we have made a significant dent in the digital gap in respect of access to devices and internet connectivity. Over 8,000 students and teachers at the secondary level now have access to learning devices. Over 1,000 teachers were initially trained in the use of these technologies. Mr. Speaker, through grant funding from the Republic of China of Taiwan, we've established smart classrooms in 5 primary schools and 3 secondary schools. These classrooms are furnished with interactive equipment and devices that will facilitate the integration of technology. Mr. Speaker, our efforts to rehabilitate schools concentrated primarily on the issuing of these facilities represented healthy and safe spaces for students and the teachers. Attention was therefore placed on improving plumbing and water supply systems, as well as establishing new hand-washing stations at all schools. Mr. Speaker, our agricultural sector has endured some of the very painful experiences during the past year, but like so many others have persevered and has seen some positive outcomes emerge. The development of the key infrastructure has continued. The establishment of the livestock station in Volet in Miku is near completion. Local livestock enterprises will now be given the platform to produce a significant portion of their livestock needs of this country. We now have a national diagnostic facility located at Union that is operational, and we've completed the construction of a ripening facility at the Inland Reception Depot in Lakai Dennery that will control specific environmental conditions associated with the ripening process for bananas. Notwithstanding the fact that the past year represented one of the most challenging for the banana sector, we continue to focus on building the resilience of banana farmers and their farms with interventions that range from training and GAP certification to irrigation. drainage and land redevelopment, support through the Banana Productivity Improvement Project. Mr. Speaker, our efforts to promote food security and to reduce our food import bill has been given new impetus with the targeting of 7 specific crops for increased production. The focus was on preparing farmers and other stakeholders for the requirements associated with increasing production and the sales of those crops. These activities include farmers' markets, training of farmers and extension officers, sale of inputs and subsidized prices, new crop variety trials and pilot contracting arrangements with the marketing board. Mr. Speaker, we also owe a debt of gratitude to our farmers, our fisher folk, who kept us fed during the pandemic. Underlying the importance of the agricultural and food security and sustaining our people. Mr. Speaker, Ojo Labs continues its successful artificial intelligence center operation that was established in 2017. The global pandemic simply forced the company to adopt a new work-from-home model. The company employs over 420 people and is actively seeking additional persons as part of its expansion plans. We've witnessed similar positivity in the business processing operations subsector. Not only were the 550 employees retained by ITEL BPO, but an additional 400 jobs are expected now that the retrofit of the second factory shell is near completion. Even more remarkable, Mr. Speaker, is the plans for identification of a third site that would increase the overall company workforce to 1,200 persons. Between Ojo and ITEL BPO, we are seeing the injection of over $4.5 million in salaries a month in the South. Mr. Speaker, in January of this year, factory space in Dennery was officially handed over to the Caribbean Quality Meats, to a certified poultry processing operation. It is anticipated that this enterprise will be operated by July 2021. Mr. Speaker, we've also achieved some significant milestones in our manufacturing sector, which has shown a degree of increased dynamism in 2020. This was due in part to the implementation of a special CARICOM regime under Article 164 of the CARICOM Treaty in St. Lucia. This regime seeks to promote industrial development in less developed countries by increasing their competitiveness using tariff protection and a set of support measures. In this regard, we've seen an increase in the volume of exports from St. Lucia of a number of products to the OECS states such as Dominica, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and in some cases to Barbados. Some of the products are beverages, including mineral water, pasta, animal feeds, flour, paints, and condiments. In the case of animal feed, over 110 containers, 20 feet, were exported to Barbados. This is unprecedented, Mr. Speaker. St. Lucia also exported a product of condiments to the extra-regional market of Russia for the first time. I commend these efforts made by the manufacturing sector in relation to these developments that create employment and generate foreign exchange for our country. Mr. Speaker, our overall response to the pandemic has been multifaceted. We have never wavered from the belief that preserving health and saving lives was the first step in our response journey. We've always insisted that protecting livelihoods was an equally important objective. We have consistently sought to secure a balanced approach given the reality of COVID-19 remaining within our midst for the foreseeable future. And while we are fearful of its impact, we remained resolute in our determination that it would not break us. Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia's Citizenship by Investment program is now 5 years old. The program, which officially started in early of 2016, has grown consistently under our administration and has proven to be an attractive investment option for reputable global citizens while contributing tangibly to the government and the people of St. Lucia through investments made in support of our national development agenda. The success of the program is because we have remained resolute in ensuring strong governance, accountability, transparency, and a focus on very high levels of compliance and due diligence. This was exemplified by a recent report by the U.S. Department of State, where St. Lucia was not among the jurisdictions cited for a lack of transparency. From a strategic perspective, we were successful in renegotiating both our marketing agent agreements. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we have successfully repositioned our marketing efforts to be open and inclusive. Mr. Speaker, despite the global uncertainty stemming from the pandemic, investors showed continued confidence with our product as of February 28, 2021. We had received 382 applications for the financial year 2021, which is the highest number of applications in any one financial year since the commencement of the program. One of the recently approved government projects which has garnered considerable interest is the Galaxy Group Canals Resort Real Estate Project, which is a $300 million tourism-related project consisting of 2 all-inclusive hotels. Since becoming an approved development during 2019-2020 financial year, the project has received 18 applications from persons interested in investing for that financial year, and an additional 83 applications in 2020-2021. Physical works on the project had previously started with some structures being erected, as well as the site preparatory works. Unfortunately, construction works have been delayed due to the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, it is my hope that the works will recommence as soon as possible, as this project will generate significant direct economic activity for St. Lucia, particularly in the south of the island, which has long been overlooked, with 400 persons being employed during the construction and over 700 persons to be employed either full-time or on a part-time basis upon completion of the project. In keeping with the CIP legislation, we established the National Economic Fund, a special fund governed by a board of directors for the sole purpose of receiving CIP contributions for funding government-sponsored projects. This assures greater transparency and improved oversight. I am pleased to report, Mr. Speaker, the balance is that the National Economic Fund now stands at $28.4 million. The government estimates for the CIP for the financial year 2021-2022 is $90 million. Based on our current trends, it's possible that we may exceed that projection. Overall, the CIP program since 2017 has improved greatly, and for 2021, we can report due to the swift response and adapting to COVID, there has been a notable interest in the regular government bonds and COVID-19 special bonds, which was launched in December of 2020. To date, we've received a total of 65 COVID-19 bond applications, and we've approved 39 applications. Our Citizenship by Investment program is still in its infancy stages compared to its regional and global competitors. But I am confident that given our strong start, it will continue to grow into one of the preferred and most reputable investment options globally. Mr. Speaker, our overall response to the pandemic has been multifaceted. We've never wavered from the belief that preserving health and saving lives was the first step in our response journey. We've always insisted that protecting livelihoods was equally important objective. We have consistently sought to secure a balanced approach, given the reality of COVID-19 remaining within our midst for the foreseeable future. And while we were fearful of its impact, we remained resolute in our determination that it would not break us. Mr. Speaker, the past year has been brutal. We've witnessed death, disruption, and chaos on a level that is unparalleled in scale. We have grieved. We have lamented. We have adapted. But we have survived. We have persevered. And we have overcome. Out of our initial fears and actions emerged. The scars of the battle are evident. Our experiences abound. We have stories to tell that have shaped us as individuals, as communities, and as a country. That will hold us in good stead for the next crisis that we may have to face. Mr. Speaker, lessons learned during this pandemic are invaluable tools on our development journey. We must document and share some of these salient lessons. These are not restricted to government, but are true representation of St. Lucia. Permit me to elaborate. Mr. Speaker, all lessons are invaluable experiences. But if there is one overriding lesson from the pandemic that we should all take on board, it is that our health is our wealth, and we must do everything to protect it. Mr. Speaker, we are thankful from the 4,355 number of confirmed 4,355 number of confirmed positive cases of COVID-19. More than 4,179 persons have recovered. We currently have 107 active cases in the country as of the 13th of March 2021, 13th of April 2021. This is testimony to the collective effort and support of families working in tandem with the professionals at our various health and care facilities. It is instructive, Mr. Speaker, that of the recorded COVID-19 related deaths, the majority were associated with underlying conditions. In common with a significant section of our population. While we will not indulge in any intense debate at this time, we should all accept that as individual citizens and as a nation, we must be far more conscious and proactive when it comes to our own health status. We must begin to take personal responsibility for this precious asset. We must guard and cherish it. We must begin to make better lifestyle choices. Proper nutrition, recreation, and exercise must be viewed as an essential aspect of our daily lives. As a government, Mr. Speaker, we can and will foster and encourage our citizens to make that change. We will continue to establish quality recreational spaces and sporting facilities. We will continue to upgrade our health and care facilities and services and ensure that the health care is accessible to all. We owe it to ourselves to take better care of ourselves. The importance of planning and the preparation cannot be overstated. Mr. Speaker, this administration spent considerable time and effort in engaging with stakeholders in the formulation of the MTDS, which was launched exactly 14 days before St. Lucia recorded its first case of the novel coronavirus on March 13, 2020. It is no coincidence that the context of the pandemic, it assumed greater relevance as a framework for quick action. Mr. Speaker, we used a similar process of consultation and engagement in the formulation of our three-pronged approach to addressing the pandemic. These deliverables are the product of an institutional framework that includes diverse, committed, and proactive representation. These plans are the basis for continued dialogue by all stakeholders, interest, respect, relevance, and impact. This framework represents a forum where a single conversation on resolving conflicts and challenges can be had. And this is in real time. Mr. Speaker, throughout the length and the breadth of this country, we have witnessed a spirit of collaboration and a desire to work together for the national good that has been refreshing and so heartwarming. Collaboration breeds confidence and trust, two elements that are pivotal in dealing with a crisis. Mr. Speaker, we witness collaboration in all forms, in the production and dissemination of information, education, and communication campaigns, in the identification and provision of support to vulnerable households, and the active participation of so many organizations in the private sector and civil society. Collaboration does not mean that participants will get their own way. It is a tacit acceptance that the good of the whole must override any individual group interest. My government may not have agreed with every recommendation made by stakeholders, and vice versa. However, all parties were mature enough to recognize that open dialogue was fertile ground for collective action and commitment. We have, as a consequence, been relatively successful in fighting the scourge of disinformation as opposed to breeding discord. Mr. Speaker, in times of crisis, leadership matters. It's about being decisive, yet adaptable. It's about being able to make quick, hard, but calculated decisions. It's about determination, focus, and optimism, not fear and doubt. It's not about beating our chest. It's about rolling up our sleeves as a country and getting to work. From the onset of this crisis, Mr. Speaker, this government has taken its leadership role seriously. We took seemingly unpopular decisions to close our borders and institute a state of emergency. We took the decision to open OKEU and convert Victoria Hospital into a respiratory hospital despite the severe financial implications. We were at the forefront of efforts to establish appropriate protocols that would enable our borders to be open and our economic drivers to have life again. Mr. Speaker, our efforts were supported by private sector stakeholder groups, such as the St. Lucia Chamber of Commerce, which recognized the need to lead from the front with the nation's recovery effort as manifested in their Recover St. Lucia program. This initiative complements our national economic recovery efforts, which the Chamber itself supported. Mr. Speaker, our ability to think through a crisis, recognize the realities and the deficiencies, and find solutions, despite all the odds, it's remarkable. It's a feature who we are, and as we progress, it'll be one that must underpin our efforts. Mr. Speaker, we've witnessed transformations in the delivery systems of many businesses. We've seen new enterprises and products emerge. This pandemic has unleashed a true spirit of innovation, creativity, and adaptability. Mr. Speaker, permit me to place on record my government's profound appreciation to our people's overall response to the pandemic during this past year. The patriotic spirit that I spoke of has been a major contributor to the success that we've had in handling COVID-19, especially in the early months. Many businesses, despite their losses, continue to pay staff. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 has probably been the greatest test of our lifetime. We know of the families who found ways to succeed and prosper, and businesses which found ways to innovate and be successful. We owe gratitude to our banks, our indigenous financial institutions like our credit unions for what they did with the moratoriums on loans and mortgages, acquiring government securities, demonstrating corporate social responsibility, as well as flexibility in dealing with public during the pandemic. Permit me to commend the creativity that we saw from the ordinary men and women who had lost their jobs and with it their means of livelihood. They did not sit down in despair with their heads in their laps, but they were industrious and innovative enough to start small businesses of their own, to fill that void. As they sweetened the pot, taking their goods and services to homes in pursuit of doing business, rather than waiting for potential buyers to come to them. Despite the downturn, Mr. Speaker, some businesses, both local and foreign, were able to expand during this period, thus creating new employment opportunities for our people. I congratulate them. The pandemic also forced on us a new regime of order and discipline that I hope will continue long after it is over. I refer here, Mr. Speaker, to basic actions such as the lining up of the service and businesses places, even at bus terminals mostly without protest, the tempering of our passion for extravagant entertainment with all its attendant social ills, families spending more time at home together, and so on. Mr. Speaker, we adapted to the circumstances. We overcame that challenge. These stories have served to demonstrate some of the many outstanding qualities and ideals that are still pervaded among our people. Patriotism, cooperation, perseverance, innovation, the sharing of sacrifices in challenging times. Mr. Speaker, in this borderless world of opportunities are limitless. We can and we must be competitive. It is our quest for global excellence that must define us. Everything we produce must be world-class. Our roads, our hospitals, our markets, our sports facilities, and our people. We must all demand this. Our expectations cannot be lower than that. Mr. Speaker, for far too long we have existed under a lower threshold. Some of us talk about being people-centered, but have walked a different reality. We have blocked holes when we should be building the foundations. We see communities stagnant and deprived, all because some of us tell them that that's how they will always be. How is Vieux Fort, with the capacity to become such a diverse and vibrant city, been defined by infrastructure that was a legacy of Sir John Compton almost 40 years ago? We are better than that. We have to change, Mr. Speaker. We encourage a culture of dependency, Mr. Speaker. We've perpetuated the myth that the Malaway will always be the Malaway. To the contrary, Mr. Speaker, our people aspire to higher standards of living, to break away from the shackles of poverty and dependency, and on the path of dignity and prosperity. This is why our government believes in teaching our people to fish by giving them the skills and the opportunities needed to take part in our vision of a better St. Lucia for all. The government is committed to that transformation. We've started by bit, region by region, community by community. We will change that narrative. We can, we will persevere, and we will overcome. Mr. Speaker, we've witnessed over the past year many examples of how people have placed the interest and well-being of others before their own. Most recently, 11 young farmers, in collaboration with their extension officers, committed to providing fresh produce to the residents of the Comfort Bay, our home for the senior citizens in the South. A group of young entrepreneurs has sacrificed any potential revenue in order to ensure that our elderly population is taken care of. It is even more noteworthy, Mr. Speaker, that they intend to continue such support even after COVID-19. How commendable. This is a statement that should resonate with us all. It's a statement that suggests that these farmers are not just in the battle against COVID-19, but they are in the battle for the long haul, the development of our nation. Mr. Speaker, we need to encourage many more such acts and foster a spirit of shared sacrifice. As we prepare to put up with the inconvenience, the discomfort, and the outright fear associated with the practice of social distancing, wearing masks, and getting vaccinated, in order to protect our families, our community, and our nation? Are we prepared to temper our demands so that the extra can be used to help a more vulnerable group of citizens? Are we prepared to contribute a little bit more to enable our nation to develop more effective, universal systems of support? Mr. Speaker, let us reflect on this. This principle of shared sacrifice is real and meaningful and has proven time and time again the world over to be a powerful driver of nations. It is the soul of the nation. Mr. Speaker, permit me to make a special plea to our people. It is accepted in today's world, Mr. Speaker, that small island developing states like ours will continue to face challenges of one kind or another. COVID-19 will not, sadly, be the last, Mr. Speaker. The crisis as a result of the volcanic eruption in St. Vincent is unfolding before our very eyes. We empathize with our brothers and sisters in St. Vincent who are going through such a terrible ordeal, and by extension, Barbados. Mr. Speaker, it is imperative that we as St. Lucians, are always in the state of readiness to rescue our country when trouble surrounds us, and to provide support to other countries when the need arises. My government is currently mobilizing various agencies to provide support and relief to St. Vincent. Mr. Speaker, manning the ship of state and steadying it in a stormy seas must be the responsibility of us all, not just some. There are times when we will be called upon to make sacrifices for the good of our country. And St. Lucia wants to know that all her sons and daughters will respond to that call, to help carry the burden and share the sacrifices that would be required to be made in such circumstances. Mr. Speaker, the goal of creating a society where everyone is comfortable, where ideal will always be elusive, and difficult to achieve. However, efforts must constantly be made to address social and economic imbalances among our people. It's a Herculean task, Mr. Speaker, but incremental steps are being taken right here and right now towards that end. It's why, Mr. Speaker, that this government has taken the decision to concentrate a significant amount of its efforts, resources, in developing the southern part of the island, and at the same time spending more to upgrade facilities and conditions in villages in the east and west. All this is aimed at bridging the social and economic divide among the population. We need all our people to feel included in St. Lucia's progress so that they are equally motivated to share the load. Mr. Speaker, we are a people of faith, largely Christian country, which commits us to the ideal of loving our neighbors as ourselves, of being our brother's keeper. If we truly love our neighbors as ourselves, if we truly are each other's keeper, Mr. Speaker, then we should do so without reservation. The principle of shared sacrifice is not new. By accepting shared sacrifice, we simply agree in bad times that it's not only about saving ourselves or our businesses for those who have them, but rather about saving each other by everyone absorbing some pain so no one experiences dramatic loss. Mr. Speaker, without individual pain, there can be no collective gain. It is in times like these that we are called upon to live up to the words of our anthem. By loving the land that gave us birth. Some, Mr. Speaker, continue to seek only their country can do for them, when the question should be what they can do for their country. Mr. Speaker, we all need to show greater empathy for each other, especially in tough times. We need to share the sacrifices that would help us as a nation to overcome these difficult circumstances. That's why love of country and love of each other is what it's all about. Mr. Speaker, we have so many stories to tell that it's impossible to do so with the confines of this address. Permit me, though, to quote from Arthur Robert Jordan, Fires of Heaven, who wrote, "The oak fought the wind and was broken. The willow bent when it must and survived. We as a country depict that willow, adapting when we must, persevering to the end as a consequence is being able to emerge on the other side." Mr. Speaker, our Christian beliefs enable us to look beyond the troubled waters because of our faith in God. The same holds true for our nation. We can put our faith in us, in our abilities, in our resilience. We know we are strong because in our time of need, that strength emerged. That, Mr. Speaker, is perhaps the most valuable lesson of all. Mr. Speaker, we have risen to the challenge of COVID-19. But as we continue to do so, we must look further ahead. I repeat, what I have said previously, that COVID-19 will not define us, is just another obstacle on our development journey. Martin Luther King, in delivering a speech in 1967 on the Vietnam conflict, said, and I quote, "We are now faced with the fact, my friends, that tomorrow is today. We are comforted with the fierce urgency of now. In this unfolding conundrum of life and history, there is such a thing as being too late. Procrastination is still the thief of time. Life often leaves us standing bare, naked, dejected, with a lost opportunity." Mr. Speaker, this is another challenge we face: the urgency of now. The cynics, those who embody such limited possibilities, will automatically relate the urgency of now to elections. Nothing could be further from the truth. The facts are clear. We have a vision that is encapsulated in a plan. And Mr. Speaker, this plan for the development of our nation in the medium term is predicated on the platform of accelerated, resilient, inclusive, sustainable, and equitable growth. This is in stark contrast to what we inherited. In June of 2016, we took in the reins of government. We had to replace the broken engine. We've been on the move ever since. We can only accelerate, Mr. Speaker, when you are on the move. This is an indisputable fact that even those who spread lies and propaganda cannot ignore. COVID-19 provided us with an opportunity to review our strategy in order to determine its relevance. It is clear, Mr. Speaker, that our plan requires no major rethink or overhaul. Indeed, what is evident is the need to make it happen now. Tomorrow is today. Permit me, therefore, to highlight some of the areas where an accelerated approach must now be adopted. Mr. Speaker, undoubtedly advancements in information and communication technologies, in particular the internet and the use of the computer or similar devices, have been among the most transformative developments in the world with respect to how we interact and manage businesses in almost every sphere of life. Most importantly, ICT and the digital technologies have allowed us to overcome the spatial constraints of distance and time, so we're able to do everything in virtual or cyberspace, such as hold meetings or provide services, including government services to consumers from miles away. It is also well understood, Mr. Speaker, that to compete and to be more efficient in the global environment where time is money requires that we establish the requisite ICT infrastructure to enable our people to participate in this reality. And while we were gradually building out this infrastructure and associated systems before 2020, the shock and the impact from COVID-19 pandemic on our lives and the need for businesses' continuity and the timely access to services have forced us to accelerate the pace at which we develop that infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the accelerated adoption and integration by countries to use of digital technology in their day-to-day commercial and social activities to deliver education, business, and our other services is perhaps the most enduring legacy of the pandemic. We also saw much greater use of online services, apps, and e-commerce out of necessity in order to order food, make appointments, and pay for services, as well as the multifold increase in the live streaming of events and the use of digital content. As a result, the new ways of engaging customers remotely, some jobs have permanently disappeared and have been replaced by digital solutions. Given this reality, Mr. Speaker, we need to implement and mainstream our digital knowledge systems among our people, as this will be a major part of the post-pandemic world. The ICT infrastructure is also critical to become more resilient in the face of similar health threats. Also important in this process is the need for us to have the required attitudinal shift in order to prepare and to position our economy to thrive in a post-COVID-19 global environment based on a digital trade and services. So, Mr. Speaker, we are forced to redesign the way government services are delivered. This has necessitated the need for the development of the digital government service platform as a new modality for providing over 150 services to the citizens of St. Lucia. Through the use of a digital solution, government services can be provided 24/7 in a more simplified, private, and confidential manner. Mr. Speaker, such ICT solutions are part of the strategic thrust of the government to empower our citizens and to boost national productivity in the country. It saves time and paper and will also help to prepare our people to participate in the emerging digital economy. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to announce that 84 government services across 9 departments are scheduled to be brought online in 2021-2022. Among these are the registration of births and deaths, the renewal of passports, the issuing of visas to visitors, the application of trade licenses and various fiscal incentives, the registration of businesses and the filing of annual returns, an application for national identification cards. An estimated 6 million has been approved towards this initiative in the new fiscal year 2021-2022. Mr. Speaker, to ensure inclusion and equity in terms of digital literacy and access to this infrastructure and to attempt to address the problem of urban-rural digital divide, as well as low-income internet penetration rate, we have developed and implemented the St. Lucia Island-wide GNet. This is the component of the national infrastructure which is needed to ensure access to these government services. It provides access to the internet through connection to Wi-Fi or wireless LAN local area networks around the country. This Wi-Fi network will be freely accessible by the general public and will also have our visitors as they travel around the country. Mr. Speaker, over 70 access points have already been established so far in the 5 target areas. This project is being jointly done with assistance of the Republic of China, Taiwan. An estimated 1.63 million has been approved for the fiscal year 2021-2022. Our quest to be globally competitive, Mr. Speaker, will of necessity require us to take a broader and bolder approach with respect to technical vocational training and the specific task of retooling our people. We have to provide greater emphasis on modalities that focus on the application of knowledge, skills, values, and attitudes for employment, entrepreneurship, innovation, and life in general. If our people are to become assets on a world scale, they must be critical thinkers, problem solvers, team players, and they must be adaptable. Our approach to reskilling must be designed to ensure accessibility for all. Our overall program must provide different pathways for learners while facilitating an innate passion for lifelong learning. A labor market needs assessment as a prelude to the design and delivery of appropriate training, internship and apprenticeship. Interventions is now ongoing. Mr. Speaker, to complement these initiatives, the Skills Youth Employment, supported by the grant from the UK government and in collaboration with the National Enrichment and Learning Unit, will seek to provide approximately 750 young persons with access to the Caribbean vocational qualification. To date, just over half that number, 368, have been registered, of which 68% are females. This year, through the assistance of the government of India, we will see the construction of a TVET center for use by the Center for Adolescent Renewal Care in Cul-de-sac. The work on this organization has often gone under the radar, but its impact on so many young persons has been immeasurable. Their lives have been reshaped and given direction. They are developing the confidence and the skill sets to become active participants in our economy and, more importantly, in society at large. Mr. Speaker, this government remains committed to the promotion of the development of affordable, clean, renewable energy alternatives as part of a national energy strategy to reduce dependence on fossil fuels, and importantly, to improve our overall competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, we attach a great deal of importance to energy in general and renewable energy in particular, as it demonstrated in the MTDS, which shows the link between energy and competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, our thrust to increase the share of renewable energy in our local energy consumption is a multi-pronged intervention in that it helps with the attainment of targets under Sustainable Development Goal number 7. This calls for clean and affordable energy, and it helps us to meet our commitments under the Paris Agreement in relation to lower greenhouse gas emissions, including carbon monoxide. A win-win strategy. I will now outline some of the main elements of this national strategy to increase the share of renewable energy in our energy infrastructure and supply systems. Mr. Speaker, last year we reported to this chamber about the strides we had made in relation to the use of solar energy in terms of the uptake by households and businesses on photovoltaic solar energy systems. The corresponding amount of kilowatt hours of electricity which was generated through this technology, the savings in terms of avoided imports of fuel, and the reduction in greenhouse emissions. This year, Mr. Speaker, we intend to continue the process of reducing our dependence on fossil-based energy and switch to clean renewable energy alternatives through a number of initiatives. In this regard, I am pleased to inform honorable members that LUSLEC has secured the resources from Abu Dhabi Fund for Development to allow the installation of a 10-megawatt solar farm with 6-megawatt battery storage in the Trumase-Mikud area. Also, during this financial year, Mr. Speaker, an allocation has been made for the installation of at least 100 kilowatt or solar PV systems and 10 schools across the island. In addition, Mr. Speaker, as part of our energy efficiency promotion efforts, audits will be conducted at 40 schools, as well as lighting retrofits of over 6,700 fluorescent lights to LED lights in the selected schools. A similar exercise will be undertaken with respect to our street lights, most of which will be replaced with LED lights, thereby resulting in further energy savings. Mr. Speaker, to assist with the maintenance of our PV systems, the government has embarked on a program to train and certify a number of PV installers and inspectors so as to support and encourage the use of this form of renewable energy. Consultation will also begin on a proposed introduction energy efficiency legislation to provide guidelines and support changes in attitudes and behaviors in relation to energy utilization. The above-mentioned renewable energy initiative, Mr. Speaker, are all part of a strategy for the development of our national energy infrastructure based on lower carbon emissions, which will assist with our climate change adaptation and mitigation effort and boost our energy independence and overall resilience to shocks from volatile energy prices and adverse weather events, among other benefits. Mr. Speaker, we're pleased to report that with the assistance of the Climate Action Enhancement Package, we've been able to revise our nationally determined contributions, which is critical to our climate change and national adaptation planning efforts. We're also pleased to report that the climate finance strategy has been approved by Cabinet, and that at the sectoral level, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Agriculture will receive a disbursement of US $6.1 million in this financial year from the CDB to assist with the building resilience in agriculture for the adaptation to climate change and climate variability. These grant funds originate under the Kyoto Protocol of the UN Framework Convention for Climate Change. The objective of the three-component project, Mr. Speaker, is the increased resilience of rural farming communities and increase farm productivity, water and livelihood security, whilst reducing vulnerability to natural hazards and climate change. Mr. Speaker, with considerably more sea or territorial water area than our landmass area, the prospect of greater utilization and leveraging of our maritime resources presents great potential and optimistic opportunities, especially for economic diversification and sustainable growth. The renewed interest and focus on the marine territorial space and resource of countries, given the immense and relatively untapped potential contained therein, has created this buzz which is now called the blue economy. The possibility of attracting investment resources to better exploit the vast potential of this resource is particularly exciting and important for small developing states, SIDS like St. Lucia. It is for this reason, Mr. Speaker, our MTDS deemed the blue economy, which includes our coastal zone and marine sources, as being integral to the achievement of the objectives which we have set out for ourselves under various pillars, key result areas and economic sectors. Mr. Speaker, this administration is keenly interested in taking greater advantage of the opportunities provided by our territorial waters, demarcated by our exclusive economic zone as part of a wider strategy of economic diversification for growth and development. Mr. Speaker, some possible practical uses of this unexploited vast resource which our people can be and must pursue include fishing activities, longer range and non-artisanal level to provide livelihoods and support our food security efforts, cabotage services associated with the recreational and pleasure craft plying St. Lucia's coastal waters, sea moss cultivation, a subsector which is already contributing to the rural economy with much sought after produce, potential for discovery and exploration of mineral and other natural resources, research and sustainable exploration of plants and other forms of marine life which form part of St. Lucia's biodiversity, ocean governance, establishment of a management of marine protected areas, establishment of a ship registry to create licensed users of the territorial space, and national and regional security among other strategic uses. Mr. Speaker, this government will work with the stakeholder ministries including sustainable development, agriculture, and the fisheries, and commerce, as well as the OECS Commission and other regional bodies such as UN ECLAC to develop a national strategy and action plan to provide a more structured framework for implementation of this strategy. However, given the need for preservation of the marine environment and the ecology contained therein, Mr. Speaker, any exploration of this resource must be done within a regulatory framework and guidance provided by SDG 14 regarding the life below the water. Mr. Speaker, the need for strengthening our social protection system has become a common feature of my budget presentations from inception. My government has always believed that this is to be true, and notwithstanding our current circumstances, we remain steadfast in our resolve to bring this to fruition. We have witnessed the strain on our capacity as rising demand for services from an increasing number of vulnerable population emerges. The advent of the Human Capital Resilience Project provides us with the platform to effect real change with our social protection architecture. This project, allied to the continued support from the UN system, will enable us to strengthen the social policy framework, update the national social protection policy and associated legislation, develop standard operating procedures, develop a graduating strategy for beneficiaries, establish a monitoring and evaluation framework. Mr. Speaker, we will also be able to enhance program implementation through modernizing of the payment system, establishing of a robust social information system registry, training capacity building for support staff, strengthening coordination among institutions and agencies, Mr. Speaker, we are at the point where we can raise the bar. We'll be able to develop a system that is dynamic and adaptable. We will have a system that can trigger real-time responses because of its decentralized, citizen-friendly, technology-enabled platform. We'll have a tool that can provide comprehensive coverage across the life cycle. We will have a system that recognizes that women, young children, and the elderly are the most exposed to risk and vulnerabilities. We'll finally have a system that people have the confidence in, and that one that can truly impact lives. Mr. Speaker, the critical role played by investing in public infrastructure, in particular economic infrastructure, in creating the enabling environment and being the foundation of which our development ambitions must be laid, cannot and should not be underestimated. Mr. Speaker, infrastructural deficits, both in terms of access and quality, act as a drag on economic growth and reduces the dynamism of any economy, consequently slowing the pace at which citizens' lives are transformed at a rate in which we lift our poor out of poverty. Further, Mr. Speaker, this chronic situation is compounded by the sad reality that the gross state of disrepair of much of our national public core infrastructural assets. By that, I'm referring to our road networks, airports, ports, just to name a few. Mr. Speaker, this situation is due to in part to decades of inadequate public maintenance, and I dare say, protracted neglect. If this was not enough, Mr. Speaker, the devastating impact of climate change is pushing much of our infrastructure to the brink of collapse. Mr. Speaker, we've also heard the unceasing call of our citizens for better infrastructure, not just at the national level, but at the community level as well, cutting across both urban and rural communities. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, that while the world prepares to enter the fourth industrial revolution characterized by increased ICT integration and digitization of the global economy, developing countries like ours must simultaneously embark on our own infrastructural revolution while responding and repositioning our economies to optimize the benefits that the fourth industrial revolution presents. In this infrastructure revolution, Mr. Speaker, no community will be left behind. This revolution will be one with a difference, one marked by inclusion, resilience, and transformation. One that will demonstrably shift our needs of economic growth and our socioeconomic development. The closure of the tourism sector and the attendant consequences reflected in high levels of unemployment. Reduced economic activity, lower tax revenues have left this government with little fiscal headroom and very few policy options to respond to the economic fallout triggered by the pandemic. That's a fact. Mr. Speaker, it is worth highlighting that this government has taken the deliberate approach of not tokenizing investment in infrastructure, as was done by previous administrations. But rather, we understand that if St. Lucia is to live up to its potential and to escape the lethargic economic performance that has characterized the past 2 decades and accelerate the rate of growth of our economy, innovative investments in public infrastructure are required, which integrates resilience and building back better. Mr. Speaker, it's not alone in employing the strategy of leveraging infrastructure investment as one of the essential pathways for economic recovery and economic takeoff in the post-pandemic era. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the IMF has urged governments to spare no effort in utilizing the arsenal of infrastructure investments to alleviate the economic impact of the pandemic by providing short-term employment and income to households. But importantly, Mr. Speaker, the IMF cautioned that such investment must expand the productive capacity of countries and must critically have the ability to repay themselves in the future without compromising the future fiscal positions. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that even before agencies like the IMF made this pronouncement, our government was already pursuing such strategies. I'm heartened to note that St. Lucia not only had its development plan in hand before the crisis struck our shores, but most, if not all, of the projects itemized in the strategy were in an advanced stage of their respective development gestation cycles. Consequently, Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia's portfolio of infrastructure projects was in the main shovel-ready, and at the time of the launch, and as a result, afforded the government the unique opportunity to fast-track commencement and implementation of the investment plan as a strategy to respond to the economic downturn precipitated by COVID-19 pandemic. Equally important, Mr. Speaker, I wish to emphasize to this honorable House that the lion's share of the initiatives is funded using concessional resources, either through grant funding or highly concessional loans from the various international financial institutions. This aligns particularly well with the St. Lucia's debt strategy of moving away from short-term market debt towards a longer-term debt at more favorable terms, therefore not compromising the debt sustainability of our country. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I did not respond to this budget to the propagation of false dichotomy advanced by those who espouse opposing views that the government should be focusing all its policy responses on operational expenditure and completely neglect the need for capital expenditure. Mr. Speaker, preliminary assessments suggest that the height of implementation of this infrastructure program is expected to generate conservatively anywhere between 2,000 and 2,500 direct jobs, not including ancillary services such as trucking services, food services, etc. Such machinations by the detractors, Mr. Speaker, reminds me of a quote by the U.S. economist Thomas Sowell, who said, and I quote, "Some things are believed because they are demonstratedly true. But many other things are believed simply because they have been asserted repeatedly and repetitively, has been accepted as substitute for evidence." End of quote. In other words, Mr. Speaker, there's nothing that can substitute for evidence-based decisions. But some people believe that you can repeat something often enough, and eventually people will believe it. Mr. Speaker, having established the raison d'etre for this government's infrastructure program, permit me to provide a bit more detail into what constitutes this infrastructure investment plan for our economy. Mr. Speaker, in this year's budget, a total of $120 million has been allocated to the Department of Infrastructure and Ports and Energy to execute the government's road infrastructure program. These roads include, Mr. Speaker, the Millennium Highway, West Coast Road Rehabilitation Upgrade Project, which should commence shortly. Reconstruction of the Cul-de-sac Bridge, with works already underway. The Road Improvement and Maintenance Program, RIM, which is ongoing. The National Road Rehabilitation Program, which has commenced. The Grosse Lane Castries North Roads Project, which is nearing completion. At this juncture, Mr. Speaker, permit me on behalf of the government and the people of St. Lucia to express our heartfelt gratitude to the government and the citizens of the United Kingdom, the government and the people of Japan, and the government and the people of Taiwan for their generous donations, which have contributed to our infrastructure upgrade program, as well as our COVID-19 recovery strategy. We are eternally grateful for their generosity. Under the Disaster Vulnerability Reduction Project, Mr. Speaker, we've also allocated resources for the rehabilitation of the Vanna to Venus Road, PI Bridge, and the Vanna to Anse-Laret Road, totaling EC 25 million, of which 43% is grant funds from the World Bank Climate Investment Fund and the European Investment Fund. Mr. Speaker, while our government embarked on this national infrastructure program, we also ensured that this was complemented with significant investment at the local and community level, such as an approach in conjunct with our government's inclusive and balanced infrastructural development policy. Through the Constituency Development Program, Mr. Speaker, which is part of the bilateral cooperation between the government of St. Lucia and the Republic of China, Taiwan, communities across the length and the breadth of our country have witnessed infrastructural development at an unmatched level. Mr. Speaker, as a result of the CDP, communities that were previously neglected and were without quality roads, drainage parks, green spaces, and playing fields are now catching up. This, Mr. Speaker, has resulted in a boost in the quality of life, dignity, and the confidence of communities, which augurs well for social cohesion. Mr. Speaker, to continue this investment in our communities in the 2021 budget, a total of 10 million has been allocated to the Constituency Development Program, of which 10 million will be grants received from the Republic of China, Taiwan. Mr. Speaker, despite the gains made by the St. Lucia on many development fronts, universal access to clean and portable, affordable, and reliable water continues to be a substantial challenge for several communities in our country. It is no secret, Mr. Speaker, that environs of the southern quadrant of our country, namely Vieux Fort South, and Labrie, have for decades endured unacceptable levels of water supply. The perennial supply constraints of clean portable water to Vieux Fort and the southern quadrant of the island has stymied the pace of development of this region. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the Vieux Fort Water Supply Redevelopment Project is of strategic importance given the government's expansionary development plans for the region and the anticipated demand for water which will accompany this expansion. On that basis, Mr. Speaker, in this 2021-22 budget year, our government has allocated EC 24 million for this project, which is funded by the Caribbean Development Bank. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, during this fiscal year, our government will bring the curtains down on phase 2 of the Dennery Water Supply Redevelopment Project, which continues on the dredging and the desilting. Work continues on the dredging and the desilting of the John Compton Dam. The sediment disposal area has been constructed, and dredging, which commenced in October of 2020, is in an advanced stage. Mr. Speaker, we are pleased with the progress to date, as the damage which was caused by Hurricane Tomas 11 years ago is finally being remedied. Upon completion of the project, water security will be improved by over 100,000 residents, and this will reduce the need for water rationing during the dry season. On March 19, 2021, Mr. Speaker, the International Air Transportation, IATA, published an article highlighting that as a result of vaccination rollouts in the United States, the aviation sector is now witnessing some of the green shoots and early signs of an incipient recovery of travel. The report, Mr. Speaker, noted that demand for domestic travel was 2/3 of pre-crisis levels, and the demand for international travel among U.S. travelers was an upward trajectory. The Hunor International Airport, which has a long, illustrious history, has since undergone some upgrades, but has outlived its useful life and is desperately in need of another upgrade. Mr. Speaker, the HIA redevelopment project, which is expected to increase the carrying capacity by 200 and 50% is seen as one of the game changers as outlined in the MTDS for economic development in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, site preparation, including the driving of more than 3,000 POWs, is currently ongoing. And as I indicated earlier, the scope of the project will include the construction of a new terminal and other airport rehabilitation work. To complement these works, the World Bank has provided concessionary financing to address flooding mitigation, resurfacing of the runway, and the installation of navigational equipment under the Caribbean Regional Air Transportation Connectivity Project. Mr. Speaker, this sector exemplifies the spirit of resilience and adaptability which is at the heart of our development efforts. It has summoned all the powers of perseverance, ingenuity, and the corporation not only to stabilize the tourism product, but to actively ensure that the brand maintains a strong and competitive presence in the marketplace. To date, almost 60% of the workforce is back at work. Our cruise business is expected to return in July of 2021, and our airlift capacity will again, by July of this year, have surpassed pre-COVID-19 levels. We've experienced disappointments in the pace of implementation of the investment projects in the hotel sector, and that, Mr. Speaker, is understandable, given the level of uncertainty that the pandemic has created globally. However, the commitment to these projects remains secure. We will still be in a position to significantly expand our room stock by the time we have completed our world-class airport. And so, Mr. Speaker, we push on in our efforts to enhance the quality of the visitor experience by enabling more local communities to participate directly in the sector. Mr. Speaker, I speak of village tourism. It's ready to take off. The legislation that gives effect to the Village Tourism Agency will be passed shortly, and the stage is set for people, local communities, to own and operate tourism-related businesses. Mr. Speaker, some specific initiatives that will be undertaken at the pilot areas are Gros Islet, Soufrière, and Ancillary, include construction of a 10-room bed and breakfast in Ancillary Village, construction of restaurants on the waterfronts in Soufrière and Ancillary, upgrades for houses near the waterfront in Ancillary, particularly with respect to sewage and toilet facilities, construction of vending facilities in Palmis and Soufrière, waterfront development in Gros Islet, and upgrade to the recreational park, and enhancements of the jetty in both Gros Islet and Ancillary. Mr. Speaker, this is an exciting time for people in those pilot communities, and the message for our other villages is clear. You will not be left behind. You will be included in this village tourism initiative. Mr. Speaker, the goal of enhancing and expanding our tourism product is further evidenced by our works being undertaken through the OECS Regional Tourism Competitiveness Project. Selected sites and associated works include Phase 2 of the Castries Market redevelopment, upgrade of the Canneries waterfront, Phase 2 of the redevelopment of the Derek Walcott Square, upgrade to the Choiseul Arts and Crafts Center, and upgrade of the Old Trafford Complex in Soufrière, Mr. Speaker. This destination will truly take place in global stage for this variety, authenticity, uniqueness of the product offerings and expansions. Mr. Speaker, in our overall efforts to enhance the brand that is St. Lucia, we will not forget our creativities. The level of interest that has mushroomed over the past few years in our national festivals in testimony to the creative genius of our people. And we move out of the COVID-19 environment, the opportunity exists to reintroduce St. Lucia to the world. It will help us to relaunch St. Lucia as a premier location for the world-class events and festivals where our local talent will be showcased. Mr. Speaker, a celebration of our indigenous festivals of a format to be determined which may include a hybrid of virtual and face-to-face elements will enable us to do just that. The creativity of our music and our cultural traditions in particular will drive this initiative. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated $3 million for live events, which will be used as a platform to launch our 2022 lineup of festivals. This will put money directly in the hands of those within the creative industry who have been so badly impacted by this global pandemic. Mr. Speaker, by the way, an update on the Denry recording studio. Due to COVID-19, the project was delayed. However, I can report that we are committed to seeing this completion of this project in this financial year. The message to our musicians, our artists, our producers, our designers, our costume makers, our suppliers, and other partners is clear. Let us come together to show the world the quality that St. Lucia offers. This is an opportunity we must seize, and we can and we will. Mr. Speaker, our medium-term and marketing, making health care universally accessible, affordable, equitable, sustainable, and of the highest international standard for our citizens is one we will continue to pursue with vigor and valor, and with much urgency. During the new financial year, Mr. Speaker, we will witness several critical milestones in our efforts to significantly enhance the quality of our healthcare infrastructure. OKU Hospital will be fully transitioned, and the St. Jude Hospital will be completed. Residents of Ansari and Miku and their respective environs will finally be able to access better quality and increased range of services with the opening of their wellness centers. Work on the construction of the Denry Polyclinic and the Sufer Hospital will gather pace. Mr. Speaker, this administration has ensured that our citizens from the north, south, and the west of this nation have top quality healthcare facilities. We're almost at the stage where a network of public health facilities will be located within close proximity, no more than 3 miles to our people, wherever they live and work. Mr. Speaker, our work is not finished. We continue to implement policies designed to institute more efficient sector management practices, standards, and regulations. We'll continue to ensure that we have a cadre of healthcare personnel with the requisite capacity and skill sets to facilitate delivery of world-class services. While we push all of these important initiatives, we recognize the need for our citizens to access quality healthcare services that is affordable. The relevance and the urgency of instituting the national health insurance cannot be overstated. Mr. Speaker, we have conducted extensive consultations with all relevant stakeholders on the subject, ranging from the basket of services to the appropriate financing modality and operational and administrative options. The time is now. We have to bite the bullet, Mr. Speaker. With the World Bank's support, it is our intention to operationalize our national health insurance program before the end of this fiscal year. It is daunting, some may say impossible challenge, especially in the current economic climate. But Mr. Speaker, we must summon our experiences of the past year. Together, our collective resolve to be our brother's keeper and our spirit of shared sacrifice will enable us to preserve and overcome. Mr. Speaker, our housing policy and related interventions have consistently been rooted in 4 main principles: to increase the number of St. Lucian land and homeowners, to provide our citizens with access to safe and affordable housing, to rationalize existing unplanned settlements, and to establish residential land developments around the island. In last year's budget address, I alluded to the commencement of a number of initiatives with respect to settlement upgrades and the rationalization of several unplanned developments. These are ongoing activities. The full approval for the development plans of Opika, OJ being granted by DCA. Mr. Speaker, our sites and services program this year will focus on the provisions of approximately 133 lots in Lafargue, PI, Monnier, and the Richebot T. Rocher Miku. We're also looking at 290 lots in the community of Angers and another 250 lots in Volette. The infrastructure associated with this program includes the construction of double-lane concrete access roads and associated reinforced concrete drains, culverts, as well as the installation of water and electricity supply networks. Maybe I can repeat that again. Mr. Speaker, this year we will also commence 2 new housing developments in Bel Air and Otsa that will hopefully impact at least 200 households. These developments characterize the approach that my government seeks to adopt in respect of the addressing of the challenges of communities in a flexible yet inclusive manner. We have to ensure that existing residents are not left out of the formal development space that is being created. We have to provide service and affordable lots for those who want to become property owners, but we also have to make provisions for the community to breathe commercial operations, recreational green spaces, institutional uses, even multi-family structures. In that vein, housing development in Choc, Talverne, Bajoli will gather pace. Mr. Speaker, all of our people deserve to live within an environment that makes them feel safe. They want an environment that it reflects their broad appreciation and provides a sense of dignity and worth. We intend to deliver that to them. It is my expectation that this initiative, along with others driven by the private sector, will serve to advance and enhance the converged conversation surrounding settlement development in St. Lucia. In this context, the review of the National Housing Policy and Strategic Plan that will be undertaken this year is most opportune. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, achieving citizen safety remains a top priority of our government. The recent spate of violent crime is a major concern to this government, but should not detract from the strides that have been made by law enforcement agencies in combating serious crimes overall. We recorded some gains in our quest for citizen safety and security in 2020 calendar year, but there's still much work to be done. In 2020, we saw an 18% reduction in serious crimes when compared with the year 2018, and a 16.3% reduction when compared to 2019. The Royal St. Lucia Police Force also recorded a vast improvement in detection rate of 58%, the highest in a 5-year period. Despite these successes, the government remains very concerned with the homicide rate and gun-related crimes, even though we've had a reduction of 18% at the end of 2020. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to support the work of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force by equipping the police with tools which are necessary to fight crime. We continue to provide the Marine Unit with the necessary capacity to patrol, secure, rescue, and support regional initiatives. During the financial year, we were able to purchase sea vessels used by the Marine Unit to assist these officers with their patrols and surveillance of our sea borders. Overall, since 2016, we've purchased 35 vehicles for the police and 8 motorcycles, with an additional 6 vehicles procured this year. We have facilitated repairs to the police stations in Gros-Islet, Canneries, Choiseul, Vieux-Fort Marine Base, Castries SSU Base, as well as the police showroom, storeroom, and garage. Mr. Speaker, I wish to highlight that the Royal St. Lucia Police Force received 98 promotions towards the end of last year and early this year. These promotions were well-deserved. Our police officers work extremely hard, and they need to be celebrated for their service that they perform. Mr. Speaker, the Royal St. Lucia Police Force have embarked upon a mentorship program to build capacity and foster succession planning. It is currently being piloted in the south of the island, and we're hoping to build more capacity in the coming year by partnering with different agencies. The Office of the Prime Minister facilitated training in mediation and conflict resolution in an effort to arrest the escalation of violence in our communities. The target audience for the training consisted of members of Bordelais Correctional Facility, the Royal St. Lucia Police Force, civil society, and members of Rise St. Lucia. This training was delivered by the consultant, Mr. Urban Delors, assisted by colleagues from Jamaica. Our government will run more programs like this to equip our members in the communities to serve as intermediaries in the resolution of conflict, thereby strengthening our citizen security. Each activity embarked upon is all in effort to enhance the working environment, to improve productivity and motivation of our police officers. Our government wants them to succeed. We want them to achieve their very best. Hence, we will match their commitment with the necessary resources. Mr. Speaker, we remain resolute in the fight against crime, and within this financial year, even more resources will be allocated to the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, that commitment is equally applicable to the men and the women of the fire service. My government has already deployed over 99 CCT cameras with advanced intelligence features, and we are reviewing the specs and technology in more CCT cameras with a view to implementing later this year. The rollout of the additional CCT cameras will focus across the city center and crime hotspots in order to further strengthen surveillance. We'll soon see the reintroduction of the K9 unit with special sniffer dogs to aid in the fight against narcotics, illegal firearms, and ammunition. Mr. Speaker, during the current financial year, work will commence on the construction of a complex which will house the headquarters of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force, court facilities, and the remand facility. For too long, we have housed our police in substandard facilities. The time has come to give the Royal St. Lucia Police Force a permanent and suitable headquarters which they can be proud of. So too, Mr. Speaker, our courts have not had a permanent headquarters for quite some time, and every few years we have been forced to relocate. This has contributed to the buildup of cases and has been a nuisance to our criminal justice system. We will now give the courts a permanent home, one which will substantially be would suitably outfitted and fit for purpose. Designs of the structure have already been completed, and a geotechnical analysis of the site will be undertaken shortly. The facility will be conducted via a bolt build own lease transfer arrangement. Mr. Speaker, we've also been pursuing a home for the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court headquarters and are in discussions to have the court located at the refurbished Daher Mall building in Bois d'Orange. Mr. Speaker, the Vieux Fort Police Station, which is the southern base of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force, has been in deplorable condition for quite some time, resulting in policing operations being temporarily relocated. A full rehabilitation of the facility will be undertaken during the current financial year, and the Vieux Fort Police Station will be reopened to serve the people in the south of the island. In the north, we will tackle the home of the Gros-Islet Police. I can report that negotiations are in an advanced stage for the development of a modern police station in Gros-Islet. Mr. Speaker, from time to time, from the time we took office, we have supported the work of the DPP's office, and one of our first actions was to appoint a Director of Public Prosecution. The office has also received 4 new Crown Counsels and a new case file management system. Mr. Speaker, from early in 2020 to date, the following actions were taken to facilitate minimal disruption of court hearings as a result of COVID-19. 3 Zoom lenses were made available to the magistrate courts in April of 2020. 2 laptops were issued to court staff, and 1 laptop and 1 desktop was issued to the Bordelais to ensure the virtual hearings were conducted from the latter and that all parties were equipped. Earlier this year, in February, internet access were installed at the ancillary and Soufrière courtrooms to facilitate additional virtual hearings from these 2 locations. Although, Mr. Speaker, the 2nd District Court building was repaired in 2019 at a total cost of $53,000, and the staff were returned to said building in February of 2020, air quality issues continued, and even after the usual mold remedies exercised an air quality inspection, the problem persisted. Staff were again relocated until funding could have been identified to undertake repairs to the air conditioning, plumbing systems. In March of 2021, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Finance approved $48,000 and $25,000 for repairs to the air conditioning and plumbing, respectively. Repairs are nearing completion, and staff will return to that building after a general cleaning by the beginning of May. An additional zoom lens will also be issued to be utilized for that courtroom. In August of 2020, a project proposal was submitted to the Judicial Reform and Institutional Strengthening Project through the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court, which was approved in March 17, 2021, for an amount of US $19.7 million. Mr. Speaker, additional equipment is in the process of being procured to improve and increase the number of virtual hearings within the magistrate courts. Equipment includes television screens for courtrooms, desktop computers, webcams, headsets, and speakers. With regard to the High Court, Mr. Speaker, 5 zoom lenses were made available to the magistrate. Project proposal was submitted to jurists from the High Court, and US $24,000 was approved. The government of St. Lucia is expected to fund 20% of the amount as per the conditions of the project. The amount will be utilized to procure similar equipment as mentioned above, geared at improving and increasing the number of court hearings via the virtual platform. Mr. Speaker, in consultation with the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court, the Bar Association, and the Ministry of Justice, the DPP, the Bench Trials Committee was established to review the legislation and make recommendations on conducting judge-alone trials in the Criminal Division of High Court. Cabinet has approved the memorandum to amend the relevant legislation, and the next stage for the AG's chambers is to prepare the necessary legislation changes. Mr. Speaker, this initiative will allow St. Lucia to deal with the backlog in a more effective manner. This initiative has already been rolled out in countries like Belize and Trinidad and Tobago. As a result of significant reduction in waiting time to trial, length of time to complete the trial has been significantly reduced. Over the financial year 2020-21, the Forensic Science Services has made significant contributions to the investigation arm of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. Despite the new challenges posed by the global pandemic, the laboratory has been able to capitalize on this challenge to clear existing backlogs. Mr. Speaker, currently the drug chemistry section has no backlogged cases, while the biology unit has 11. The laboratory was able to surpass its target of 60% clearance of the backlog in cases in 2020 to clear 92% of the cases since 2010. Mr. Speaker, the impact of the laboratory since our administration reopened it in 2017 has been tremendous. The lab has completed over 340 drug cases and over 68 biology cases. Noteworthy convictions with forensics were in the Roger Pratt homicide, a rape matter involving a police officer, a double rape at Raidwe, and a sexual assault matter involving an identified serial rapist. Helping to end violence against women and girls, the lab has identified 3 serial rapists, one with 5 victims and another with approximately 11 victims. Mr. Speaker, the lab has successfully completed cases in the homicide of young mother in Labrie, a 76-year-old woman in Marisol, another young woman from Cicero, and a young lady found over a cliff in Soufriere. The lab has worked on several body identifications to advance investigations, such as the 2 young female victims at Pigeon Island. Both cases are being actively pursued by forensics together with the police. Mr. Speaker, the lab has also assisted the Guyana Forensic Science Laboratory with a double homicide matter that gripped the country in September of 2020. Mr. Speaker, our forensic lab has worked alongside the Ezra Long Lab to increase our national capacity for COVID-19 PCR testing. This lab has received a donation of a robot and an automated system for testing within the DNA unit. That allowed them to produce results within 3 hours. Mr. Speaker, within the last 6 years, we have spent in excess of $1.5 million for the outsourcing of DNA services. Noteworthy, it is 2 other pieces of equipment were procured to upgrade the DNA unit, reduce turnaround time, and increase output. One is being installed, and the other is a cutting-edge technology that is not available in the region and will position the DNA unit to improve services to the Royal St. Lucia Police Force and the region by extension. St. Lucia's medium-term development strategy emphasized the need to improve our investigative capacity, enhance crime detection, and improve the rate of prosecution. In keeping with this thrust, Mr. Speaker, the scenes of crime police force will be moved to the Forensic Science Laboratory. This relocation will allow the unit to improve its investigation capacity through the use of more resources and equipment and increased opportunities for training on investigative methods and procedures. In order to ensure that this unit is successful, our government has allocated over $690,000 to this project to ensure that the officers have appropriate working facility at the forensic lab. In addition to the absorption of the scenes crime unit at the forensic laboratory, a new area of expertise called firearms examination analysis will be introduced at the forensic laboratory. This new technology will assist the police force in connecting gun violence to perpetrators. This initiative will entail utilizing technology that would assist in linking crimes through bullet comparison. Our government is going to spend over $280,000 to purchase machinery and undertake renovations. Mr. Speaker, in January of 2005, our Criminal Code of St. Lucia came into force and provisions was made for the facilitation of a parole system in St. Lucia. Through the hard work of the Ministry of Justice, on the 16th of December 2020, the probation and parole team conducted this first historic parole hearing, and 2 inmates were granted parole. This achievement was made despite many challenges posed due to the COVID-19. However, the team at the probation and parole continued to persevere, and this month an additional 4 inmates are at the assessment of the decision stage of the parole process. Mr. Speaker, our government is extremely pleased to hear that more inmates are applying to join the rehabilitation programs that are facilitated at the Border Lake Correction Facility, as the inmates now know there's a possibility of parole. This will serve to equip our inmates with the necessary tools and life skills, thereby reducing the risk of reoffending. Our government is committed to ensure that all of our people, regardless of the status, have opportunities and targets to strive. We want them to know that there is hope. It would be remiss of me, Mr. Speaker, if I did not mention our brave fire officers who continue to make us proud every day. Recently, the members of the fire service team received training from the Platinum Ambulance Services, a leading private ambulance service located in the United Kingdom. The Platinum Ambulance Service donated 3 ambulances and equipment to the fire station. The equipment included defibrillators and ventilators for the ambulance. Mr. Speaker, we faced a mammoth task in addressing crime situation. We've tackled it head on, knowing that we have to clean up the mess we inherited. We now have everyone knows the lack of support by the former administration to the police, the low morale created by the fallout from the impacts, the lack of formalized system for police promotions, no attention paid to the court system. I cannot begin to describe the level of decay we found when we came into office, but we were not daunted. I've listed for you just some of the many interventions, and whilst we can continue to pump resources into fighting crime, we intend to focus even more resources on addressing the root causes. Mr. Speaker, citizen safety is not just policing matter. Crime, in particular homicides, is an issue we all have to address. It is for this reason, Mr. Speaker, that my government launched the Youth Empowerment Program, an intervention initiative targeting youth at risk, families in crisis, and the community at large. Our after-school programs and the attention that we are giving to sports is also a guide for our young people on a path away from gangs. All these measures, however, can only be successful with the help of St. Lucia. Just as we came together to battle COVID-19 and accepted a level of personal responsibility, we must do the same thing when it comes to tackling crime. Mr. Speaker, a robust agriculture sector is the foundation to the fulfillment of St. Lucia's national development priorities. The agriculture sector plays a critical role in sustaining the livelihoods of our rural communities, which rely on farming for economic activity. And this sector is key if we are to reduce our dependency on external sources for our food supply and move closer to achieving food security. Mr. Speaker, estimates suggest that as a country we spend well over $350 million annually on our food, which is comprised of processed foods. The adverse consequences of this are two-pronged. Firstly, our diet has shifted from locally grown healthy fruits, vegetables, and provisions to one being based on highly processed foods. Secondly, monies which would be circulated locally amongst our farmers, fishers, agro-food processors, and other stakeholders leave our shores to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. Mr. Speaker, we're experiencing an unprecedented rise in chronic non-communicable diseases. And economically, our actions adversely impact our balance of trade, foreign exchange reserves, and leave us vulnerable to the exogenous shocks of our food supply and prices. In 2020, for example, we had to contend with the disruption of our supply of chicken and increased prices due to an outbreak of the avian flu within the European Union. Shortages of fresh foods, which we import, such as garlic, onions, cauliflower, and broccoli, and increasing prices in other food types due to disruptions in the global supply chain as a result of coronavirus pandemic. These events have reminded us of the importance of achieving food security as a country. Mr. Speaker, emphasis can no longer be on growing mainly for export. Instead, we must broaden our focus on building our capacity to be able to feed our country and reduce our reliance on external sources. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to announce that this, in fact, has been and continues to be part of St. Lucia's agricultural strategy, as has been articulated in our medium-term development strategy. We will continue our work with farmers, fisherfolk, and other stakeholders within the agriculture sector to develop programs to increase yields, diversify crops, and secure local markets for produce and livestock. The medium-term plans in the agriculture sector will aim to enhance St. Lucia's food and nutrition security, expand the diversification of economic crops, increase export revenue from agriculture, and improve self-sufficiency in selected locally grown crops. Mr. Speaker, the expansion of food crop production program, commonly referred to as the 7-Crop Project, is one of our premier initiatives which is geared towards moving St. Lucia closer to achieving food security. The project focused primarily on remedying supply-side constraints for 7 crops that are on island, namely cabbage, tomato, lettuce, sweet pepper, watermelons, cantaloupe, and pineapple, in a bid to reduce the food import bill. The project is expected to result in self-sufficiency in tomatoes, sweet peppers, watermelons, cantaloupe, honeydew, and pineapple, in addition to achieving a reduction in imports of cabbage and lettuce by 60%. The project is intended to help farmers develop the ability to supply produce to all year round. Some of the support being provided under this project includes technical assistance to 200 farmers and 2 farmer cooperatives, enhancement of post-harvest processing techniques, and establishment of fruit and vegetable packaging specifications and materials, training of extensive officers, establishment of an agricultural intelligence information system based on farmers' production of produce and official market demand. Our government remains committed to St. Lucia's banana industry. The banana industry has faced a multitude of challenges within the past decade, mostly from exogenous shocks. However, we remain resolute in our support of this subsector. From very early in our term, we launched the Banana Productivity Improvement Project, which is geared towards addressing the decline in productivity and the efficiency of the banana industry in St. Lucia. But more importantly, it aims to revive the industry and to afford St. Lucia the opportunity to participate in an over $31 billion international banana industry. The project focuses on the following: expansion of acreage under cultivation, pest and disease control, increased productivity of banana farms, and establishment of a sustainable finance mechanism for inputs. Since the onset of this project, this total acreage under banana cultivation has increased by 39.3%. Equally, the number of farmers producing bananas also rose from 286 farms to 765 farms. As a result of the project, productivity has defined as yield per acreage has increased from 8 to 10 tons per acreage to 16 to 23 tons per acreage. Just over $6 million has been allocated for this project for continuing work during the current fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, we have recognized that we have to achieve real food security. There must be resilience built into our agricultural sector. The fact remains, St. Lucia is one of the most vulnerable countries in the world to certain natural disasters. As such, we must be proactive in building resilience for these weather events, particularly in the agricultural sector. Our government has leveraged the resources of an adaptation fund, which was established under the Kyoto Protocol of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, in the amount of approximately US $9.8 million to build resilience. The objective of this project is to increase the resilience of rural farming communities, increase farm productivity, water and livelihood security, whilst reducing vulnerability to natural hazards and climate change. The project comprises of the following components: building resilience and sustainability of farming for water security, soil conservation and management, establishing green agro-parks, including the use of solar energy for increased efficiency in resilience farming systems, fostering knowledge management and transfer to improve adaptive capacities. And a total of US $6 million has been budgeted for this new year, has been budgeted for this new financial year. Mr. Speaker, only about a year and a half ago, St. Lucia's macroeconomic and fiscal profile received an endorsement by the International Monetary Fund, following the usual Article 4 surveillance visit in October of 2019. In this report, Mr. Speaker, the IMF cited favorable near-term growth prospects in St. Lucia supported by large infrastructure investment and robust tourist inflows. We are on course to achieve this outcome. Then came COVID-19, which temporarily derailed us off this path. As a result of this crisis, Mr. Speaker, the current global, regional, and domestic environment is characterized by severe economic contraction, social dislocation, and mounting debt burden both in the public and the private realms. The onslaught of the pandemic has compounded these challenges and compromised the fiscal performance of our central government, resulting in exasperated concerns relating to debt sustainability. Mr. Speaker, the current fiscal landscape and the environment in which we now operate is characterized by real GDP levels that have fallen by approximately 20% vis-a-vis 2019. A rising stock of accounts payables in excess of $100 million. Higher debt levels associated with the borrowing to replace the displaced revenues. The need to roll over above normal levels of debt on account of creditor requirements for liquidity to address their own challenges. Lower levels of non-conditional financing from international financial institutions over the coming years. A rise in unemployment, especially in tourism and related sectors, and social dislocation, and increasing calls for fiscal support for supplement lost income from both the private sector and citizens. Mr. Speaker, 21-22 budget is constrained by relatively subdued revenue intake projected given by high levels of risk and uncertainty, as well as the continued spending pressures stemming from the ongoing impact of COVID-19 pandemic. Mindful of the limited fiscal space, the focus of this budget is to limit the effects of the pandemic, continued implementation of social protection measures, improve citizenry welfare, secure the economic recovery through targeted interventions to create jobs and stimulate economic activity, including from infrastructure works, and to prepare for the post-COVID-19 world. Consequently, Mr. Speaker, the fiscal strategy that must of necessity be pursued at the juncture in order to manage the fiscal health of the government and to support the economic recovery should include the following: adequate provisions for vaccines to protect us from the COVID-19 and safeguard the health of our people. The need to stimulate economic activity and growth mostly through grant and concessionary loan-funded capital expenditure projects, especially from the public sector, to create employment and boost domestic aggregate demand and consumption. Mr. Speaker, the rollout of the government's shovel-ready capital projects is expected to take 2 or more years to complete, during which time our lead economic sector, tourism, would have most likely have recovered. This injection of the domestic economy is then complemented by a variety of expenditure rationalization and containment, in which priority is given to the payment of key and non-discretionary expenditure line items, including salaries and wages to support demand and consumption in the domestic economy, and secondly, debt service and the principal repayment to meet our debt obligations. Expenditure deferment of lower priority items, Mr. Speaker, which, with a constrained revenue outlook, this budget calls for a clear prioritization of expenditure. As such, the government's fiscal policy is guided by priorities aligned and in support of the economic recovery. Mr. Speaker, while the government is committed to meeting all of its expenditure obligations, most other expenditure items must of necessity be given secondary level priority, contingent on the revenue performance after the first priority items, which are critical to our sustainability, are satisfied. Reducing statutory body dependence on central government, Mr. Speaker, another element of the fiscal strategy which has been pursued by this administration from the onset, relates to containing spending on transfers to public entities. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, we have taken steps where possible to reduce the recurrent debt burden associated with financing the operations of some statutory bodies. This borrowing, which is typically in the form of bonds, reduces the fiscal space of the central government because it increases the borrowing requirement and the debt service cost of central government. This divestment strategy, through the establishment of dedicated income streams, where possible not applied on domestic taxpayers, collected and managed by the statutory body, not only saves interest payments, but enables the central government to borrow more, to be more agile and responsive to the economic shocks and other fiscal challenges. Mr. Speaker, this is the rationale for the establishment of the St. Lucia Tourism Authority, which costs government an estimated $30 to $35 million per year. Mr. Speaker, the projection for the revenue of grants in the ensuing fiscal year 2021-2022 is $1.12 billion, which represents a 21.3% increase over the revised estimates of 2020-2021. It's still lower than the pre-pandemic years of 2018-2019 and 2019-2020, in which revenue was recorded at $1.2 billion and $1.19 billion, respectively. The projected increase in revenues for 2021-22 relative to the outturn in 2021 is consistent with the expenditures for a gradual but steady recovery of the domestic economy, driven by a confluence of factors which centered around the rebounding of the tourism industry, inclusive of the cruise ship sector, with positive knock-on effects on the other interconnected productive sectors, such as agriculture, manufacturing, and related service sectors. As a direct consequence of increased vaccination rates, opening of key source markets, and a rollback of some travel restrictions. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all the governments and agencies that have contributed to and supported our efforts on the way of another, in one way or another. The government of Taiwan, the UK, the Japan, and all of the IDAs that have helped us at this time. Mr. Speaker, in 2021-2022 estimates of expenditure is set at $1.639 billion. This represents a 6.8% increase over the projected outturn for fiscal year 2020-2021 and a 7.4% increase over the estimate of 2019-2020. Recurrent expenditure is estimated at $1.36 billion, or 83% of the total expenditure. Meanwhile, capital expenditure is estimated at $278.6 million, or 17% of the total expenditure. Notably, the allocation to meet the debt principal repayments in the fiscal year is set at $125.8 million. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated earlier, as part of our fiscal strategy, two expenditure lines, namely service payments, have been identified as top priority. Mr. Speaker, on the basis of the projected numbers of the revenue, which is still below the pre-COVID-19 levels, and total expenditure, which, as we all aware, had to be increased for COVID-19 related expenditures, there is a current deficit of $232 million, an overall financing gap of an estimated 7.9% of GDP. Given this fiscal balance, a policy statement fiscal consolidation over the medium to long term is needed to reverse and stop any further deterioration, and thereafter to start the process of rebuilding and strengthening our fiscal position. Mr. Speaker, in light of the significant overall deficit, we must proceed judiciously and in fiscally prudent and responsible manner. This will require that we work together in our country's interest in a spirit of shared sacrifice to improve on our revenue performance. For this reason, and as you will note, Mr. Speaker, there are not many of the usual tax breaks in this budget that some have grown to expect. I wish to remind this honorable House that these tax-related relief measures to targeted groups of households and businesses are being provided under the framework of the Economic Recovery Resilience Plan and are ongoing in most cases. It is worth noting, Mr. Speaker, that there are no new taxes in this budget. Given that the general orientation of this government with respect to the taxation is to lower taxes wherever possible, so as not to increase the tax burden on our citizens. Mr. Speaker, despite the COVID-19 induced revenue challenges that we face, we continue to be caring and empathetic government and have taken the following additional measures to assist our people, to support the economy, and to help smooth out consumption of families as well as the increased revenue collection. Mr. Speaker, the period during which frontline workers are able to import vehicles duty-free has been extended until September of fiscal year 2021-2022. Also, Mr. Speaker, to make the process more manageable for taxpayers, especially given the current COVID-19 related challenges in obtaining relevant documents, the deadline which individuals and individual enterprises are required to file their personal income tax returns have been extended until May 31st, 2021. Corporations can engage the tax authorities directly where there is a need for extension for filing their corporate income tax returns, as this will be dealt with separately. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, during the new fiscal year, efforts will be made, also be directed to improving the tax administration through recovery efforts to boost revenue collection. Mr. Speaker, the property and land and house tax is yet another regime which has been identified by this administration for reform. It has long been recognized that the tax regime has typically underperformed and is fraught with a number of issues, as was found in the 2015 study by the Caribbean Regional Technical Assistance Center, CARTAC, which identified a number of deficiencies within the current system. The property tax regime, which was initially based on the rental value of the property, is now linked to which value of the property, which is now also inherently problematic. Moreover, it would also be Herculean feat to conduct valuations on every property in the country, and even so, such valuation would soon become outdated. Also, Mr. Speaker, the expectation of persons who have paid property tax is that it is commensurate with the provision of a list of services that impact the quality of living or enhance their experience in the given community, such as waste collection, street lighting, and upkeeping of public infrastructure, including parks and other recreational spaces, tree trimming and grass cutting along the verges of the roads, and so on. Given all these concerns, the government intends to introduce a revised property tax system which addresses the concerns and the deficiencies cited in the 2015 CARTAC study. The objective of the reform is to establish a property tax regime that is simple, fair in terms of the incidence, and takes greater account of the variations in properties within particular region. Mr. Speaker, it is anticipated that the reformed property tax regime will result in a broadening of the tax base and encouraging significantly higher rates of compliance, which would serve to eventually boost total revenue and generated while reducing the assessed tax rate or amount due from individual property owners. Further, Mr. Speaker, as a caring government, we postpone the implementation of the new regime and provide a moratorium on the payment of property taxes for an initial period of 3 years in the first instance, and subsequently extended this tax relief for a further period of 1 year for the past 2 years. In effect, the waiver would have been in place for 5 consecutive years from 2017 to 2021. Mr. Speaker, despite the government's own revenue challenges, having regard to adverse effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on many households and property owners, the government proposes to postpone the introduction of the new regime until January 1st, 2022. Mr. Speaker, the official stock of public debt increased by 10.4% to $3.773 billion by the end of 2020. Although the year-over-year increase in debt stock in 2020 when compared to 2019 is substantially higher, this outcome must be placed in its proper context as an outlier, given that before the onslaught of the pandemic, the public debt stock grew by an average of 3.3% during the period 2016 and 2019, compared to the public when compared to the public debt of 2012 to 2015, when the public debt grew by an average rate of 6.3%, almost double. The pandemic induced contraction in economic activity in conjunction with the disbursements from rapidly negotiated and secured concessionary debt from regional and international financial institutions, such as the IMF, the World Bank, the ECCB, EIB, and CDB, resulted in an increase in the debt-to-GDP ratio estimated at 86.5% at the end of 2020. An estimated 75%, or 3/4 of the increase in the debt-to-GDP ratio was due to the sharp contraction in the GDP of 2020. The remainder of the increase emanated from the increase in the public debt stock, largely related to the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that this increase in St. Lucia's debt-to-GDP ratio is similar to what occurred in the ECCU region. The debt-to-GDP ratio of the ECCU as a whole registered an average increase from 67% in 2019 to 85% in 2020. An even larger jump was recorded in another OECS state, which climbed from 83% in 2019 to 117% in 2020. However, I wish to assure St. Lucians that, like other ECCU and regional countries, following St. Lucia's temporary deviation from the prudential path of fiscal sustainability in 2020, the debt to GDP ratio is expected to be on a downward trajectory as the domestic economy recovers and returns to a positive growth rate. Additionally, the government will adjust its fiscal policy stance and embark on a path of fiscal consolidation in the medium term. Mr. Speaker, these would slow down the debt accumulation and allow St. Lucia to recover and its revised ECCU regional debt target of 60%, which was moved from 2030 to 2035. Mr. Speaker, the revision by the Monetary Council in February of 2021 to extend the date from 2030 to 2035 for the attainment of the debt target was driven by the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, by articulating the elements of this strategy, I wish to allay the fears and concerns of our local creditors who have provided supplies of goods and services to the government and continue to await payment. Mr. Speaker, recognizing that the large stock of payables affects the cash flow of private sector, the government remains committed to reducing its outstanding payables to our local businesses. In that regard, the government has been accommodating set-offs of some outstanding amounts against current tax liabilities of some entities. In 2021-2022, the government intends to continue this practice where possible. Going forward, a more comprehensive strategy will be developed in the coming months to settle these outstanding amounts in a manageable manner in consultation with the central government's domestic creditors. We are extremely grateful for their assistance and patience and sacrifice. Mr. Speaker, despite the negative impact of the pandemic on our economy and in general and in particular government's ability to make payments to the private sector in a timely manner, the government is particularly pleased to state that all public servants have been paid 100% of their salaries in cash throughout the fiscal year 2021. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to another critical element in our overall fiscal strategy. As you may recall, I've emphasized in previous budget addresses to this Honorable House, the issue of debt management is high priority for this administration. It is for this reason we developed a strategy to help ensure the sustainability of St. Lucia's public debt over the medium to long term. We are well aware, Mr. Speaker, that when the debt to GDP ratio of the country is above a prudential level, this reduces fiscal space and impedes the ability of government to contain expenditure in a manner so as to return to positive balances of public savings. These surpluses are needed, Mr. Speaker, to allow us to accumulate and build contingency reserves in order to serve as buffers to insulate our country against unanticipated external shocks. Under this debt management framework, Mr. Speaker, we examined the parameters of the debt portfolio in terms of, one, under this debt management framework, Mr. Speaker, we examined the parameters of our debt portfolio in terms of, one, the cost of interest on the debt and the risk profile of the debt based on the maturity and associated refinancing and rollover risk. From this assessment, we then took steps to reduce the cost of debt through lower average interest rates and to lengthen the maturity profile by attempting to reduce the share of short-term debt instruments and securities in our debt portfolio. This was done, Mr. Speaker, through actively seeking, where possible, more favorable terms, including grace periods and a longer maturity or repayment periods. As a result, Mr. Speaker, the share of concessionary financing in the debt portfolio has increased under this administration to 27% from 25% under the previous administration. As I reported in this House, Mr. Speaker, prior to the advent of the COVID-19 pandemic, the fiscal and debt strategy of this government had begun to bear fruit. Our debt to GDP ratio was on path of convergence towards sustainability levels and had dropped marginally below the prudential maximum to 59.6%, as recommended by the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank and other international financial institutions. However, Mr. Speaker, as you can appreciate, due to the pandemic with the attendant uncertainty regarding this impact, as access to funding from bond markets has been at a slower pace than in pre-COVID-19 years. In response to this reality, the government has made a strategic move to access most of its funding from multilateral and bilateral creditors. Thankfully, Mr. Speaker, the government was able to benefit from a debt service suspension initiative provided by some of our official bilateral and commercial creditors. This initiative provided some much needed fiscal space in the form of suspension of debt service payments from creditors for a given period of time, which allowed government to redirect its resources to other areas, including COVID-19 related expenditures. Mr. Speaker, as part of this government's efforts to ensure proper management of our nation's debt, a debt management policy, the first of its kind of St. Lucia, was established. This has been critical to the adherence of the best practices ongoing development of a unified public debt legislation framework for St. Lucia. This debt management policy document, Mr. Speaker, has been used to guide and drafting of the inaugural public debt management bill, which will be presented to the Parliament in the coming months. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I wish to reassure St. Lucians that the development of the debt management strategy being pursued by this government was methodical and based on international best practices. Mr. Speaker, I wish to reiterate that despite increasing in borrowings undertaken in recent times, all of which have been absolutely necessary because of COVID-19, due care and attention has been taken to ensure that we secure the most concessionary terms. This has led to an overall lengthening of the average time to maturity from 4.9 years in 2016 to 5.7 years in 2020. Further, we have also managed to lower the weighted average cost of debt from 4.86% in 2020 to 5. Weighted average cost of debt is currently 4.86%, which is an improvement from 2016, which was 5.31%. Under the current circumstances in which we operate, I believe this is very commendable. And I wish to place on record our sincere thanks to the efforts of the staff of the Ministry of Finance in assisting with this outcome, and the work continues. Mr. Speaker, based on the foregoing considerations, I propose that the 2021-22 budget will be financed in the following manner. Recurrent revenue of $1 billion, comprising tax revenues of $909 million, or 90.7% of total recurrent revenue. Non-tax revenue of $92.69 million, or 9.3% of total recurrent revenue. Grants amounting to $121.26 million from friendly governments and multilateral institutions was outlined in my address to this Honorable House. Capital revenue from the proceeds of the sale of assets amounting to $6.4 million. The government instruments, including bonds and treasury bills, $240.86 million, which represents a reduction of 9.8%, or approximately $26.26 million compared to the approved estimates of 2021-22. Other loans totaling $268.72 million from various regional and international financial institutions. Mr. Speaker, I wish now to give a broad indication of how the estimates of expenditure for the fiscal year 2021-22 will be allocated. As in previous years, the economic and productive sectors will receive the largest share of allocated expenditure of $889.05 million, or 54.3% of total expenditure. Of $1.63 billion, of this amount, 77% is allocated to recurrent expenditure and programs, and $207 million, or 23%, to capital expenditure to support and provide impetus to the growth and development thrust of the government. The Ministry of Finance, which is responsible for managing the fiscal accounts, and receives the allocation of $501.02 million, or 30.6% of the total quantum of resources, most of which, 99%, is to satisfy recurrent expenditure obligations, such as wages and salaries, debt service and payments for goods and services. Mr. Speaker, the allocation towards social service sectors and programs in the financial year increased to $519.67 million, of which $460.99 million, or 88.7%, is to be used to fund recurrent expenditures, while the remaining $58.68 million, or 11.3%, will be spent on capital programs. Mr. Speaker, amidst the high levels of continued uncertainty as a result of the COVID-19, the 2021-22 budget is our best estimate for both revenue and cost, with the understanding that if COVID continues, it will impact negatively and increase cost. For this reason, the government continues to attempt to get people vaccinated and to focus on domestic growth initiatives such as construction, call centers, manufacturing, agriculture, offshore financial services, etc. This helps us continue to bolster the economy and mitigate the fallout on individual households. We witnessed just recently between the volcano and the heavy rains that continued in this country. We witnessed just recently between the volcano and the heavy rains the continued importance of building resilience in this country. We now understand that resilience is not only the physical infrastructure, but it's human, from the health and perspective as well as education. We must become more adaptable, and in doing so, we are positioning the country to take advantage of the global rebound which will come. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 has provided a stern test of our management and leadership and reinforced the midterm strategy of this government to build resilience, diversify, and to become a more borderless country. Imagine, if you would, Mr. Speaker, if our administration had not been impacted by COVID-19 last year. We are certain that unemployment rate, which had already been reduced to 16%, would have been reduced further. We're certain that youth unemployment would have also continued on its downward trend from 31%. By 2019, our debt to GDP had declined to 59%. As we indicated with many of the capital investment projects, the roads, the airport, St. Jude, the improvement in healthcare, and the continued investment in education, we are certain that the unemployment would have dropped to single digits. We probably would have had one of our highest levels of economic growth, and our debt to GDP would have been reduced even further. But as it turned out, we had COVID. However, because of the significant gains we made through my government's policy initiatives and hard work, that we were in a position to absorb the economic fallout from COVID. Mr. Speaker, I also want you to imagine, if you would, if we were hit by COVID pandemic in 2015, where would we be? The unemployment rate then was at 25%. Youth unemployment was at 44%. We had consecutive deficits with the inability to borrow any money. Where would our unemployment levels have gone to? Would we have been able to provide any level of income support? Would we have been able to open a respiratory hospital? Would we have been able to have programs to support households? What about the payment of salaries? And would we, Mr. Speaker, have been able to continue paying our debts? The answer to these questions are very obvious, Mr. Speaker. In this global environment, where we need to pursue all possibilities for engagement. We have nurtured a climate where investment, collaboration, partnership, and friendship will thrive because there is a confidence in this country. There is confidence in the people and in its government. Mr. Speaker, a year ago in 2019, this country was certainly in a better place than we've been when we first came in. And despite the largest health and social economic catastrophe of our lifetime, we have still managed better than the previous administration. We now know there is so much more to achieve, and we are confident that our strategies and policies are working. We have proven that we have the capacity to implement. Mr. Speaker, our cumulative investments in education with improvements to the quality of the buildings, our investments in teachers and modernizing our education system to digital education, the strengthening of healthcare, operationalizing OKU, building world-class facility in the South, our work on health insurance. Mr. Speaker, with infrastructure, we've rehabilitated 1/3 of the road network in this country to new standards, including drains and sidewalks. In sports, we introduced the academy, upgraded sporting facilities, and created 5 model facilities to be replaced through the length and the breadth of this country. In security, we've invested in technology, institutional building training, our court systems, and our social systems. With the economy, we have created new business opportunities, encouraged and nurtured small businesses with access to financing. We are finishing T-Village in Grosley Village, which will be replicated in other communities. We reduced the VAT rate, and we are coming to continue to streamline and maximize and make taxation less burdensome in this country. We're committed to continuing to grow the economy so people have disposable income in their hands. Mr. Speaker, we want to be yet. Mr. Speaker, we know we are not where we want to be yet, but we are on a journey to build a world-class St. Lucia that is accessible by all and globally competitive. There is no issue that this government has avoided, no issue that this government is afraid to confront. We are a government that creates socio-economic policies that are people-centric. We put plans we are relentless in the drive to build a new St. Lucia that is resilient, inclusive, adaptable, and secure. We dare to dream, and we must achieve. Mr. Speaker, the government, along with its citizens, time and again, will overcome any and every obstacle put before us. Over the past 5 years, we have proven that. Let those who still peddle in the games of secrets, lies, and propaganda continue along their way. The rest of us will stay focused, determined, committed, united. United we will overcome, united we will preserve, and united we will progress. The choice is clear. Let's keep working. Thank you, honorable members, for your attention as I present the appropriation bill for 2021-2022 financial year for your consideration.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, the question is that the appropriation 2021-2022 bill be read a second time. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House be adjourned until Wednesday, April the 14th at 2 p.m.
Honorable members, the question is that the House do stand adjourned until Wednesday at 2 p.m. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. No. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. House is adjourned.
And we have seen the end of the presentation for the 2021-2022 appropriation bill delivered there by the Honorable Prime Minister of St. Lucia, Alan Chasney. And Primus, lots to take away there from this delivery. The Prime Minister spoke very detailed about the fiscal health of St. Lucia. He, of course, outlined for us what the difficulties have been being able to manage the country with the COVID-19 pandemic and its impacts, but certainly providing a degree of hope for the nation that the government has a full grasp of what the situation is and has devised strategies to be able to combat what those impacts are. The Prime Minister indicated that during this financial year, there will be several programs being rolled out on the fiscal side of things, and that is the incentivizing of the commercial banking sector to lend to medium, small, and micro enterprises. That, of course, has been quite a talking point. Lots of businesses want to know where they can find sort of assistance to help them buffer the economic situation, as we indicated earlier on, Primus. And of course, there'll be the waiver of commercial property tax to landlords who extended moratorium or rent reduction to their tenants. That is something that we believed was largely would have been something on a moral basis, Primus. But now we hear that the government has instituted a policy where individuals will be compensated for doing so. And there's going to be the exemptions from tax for severance and redundancy pay, and the employment retention program, which grants tax relief to qualifying businesses. And one other measure, the Prime Minister indicated that in the budget, Primus, while there wasn't the usual tax breaks announced, what we have seen is that these tax breaks really came in the form of some of those assistance programs that have been ongoing. And the Prime Minister indicated that there are no new taxes in this fiscal year, given that the orientation of the government with respect to taxation is to lower taxes wherever possible so as not to have a tax burden on the citizens. Your takeaway, Prime Minister.
Okay, thank you so much, Lisa. Okay, Prime Minister indicated that infrastructure program is expected to generate conservatively anywhere between 2,000 and 2,500 direct jobs, not including ancillary services such as trucking services, food services, etc. The Prime Minister also spoke of a total of EC 1.21 million. Let's take this over again. 120.5 million has been allocated to the Department of Infrastructure, Ports and Energy to execute the government's road infrastructure program. This would include the Millennium Highway West Coast Road Rehabilitation Upgrade Project, which should commence shortly. 2, construction of the cul-de-sac bridge, with works already on the way, which is ongoing, with works already on the way. 3, the road improvement and maintenance program, which is ongoing. The National Road Rehabilitation Program, NRRP, which has commenced. And 5, the Grosley and Castries North Road project, which is nearing completion. The Prime Minister also indicated in the 2021-22 budget, a total of $10.7 million has been allocated to the constituency development program, of which 10.0 million will be grants received from the Republic of China, Taiwan. The Prime Minister spoke of the Sites and Services program this year will focus on the provision of approximately 133 lots in Lafargue, Piai, Monnier, and Richbois, Chiroshimiku. The infrastructure associated with this program includes the construction of double-lane concrete access roadway and associated reinforced concrete drains and culverts, as well as the installation of water and electricity supply networks. The PM indicated that this year they will also commence the new housing. Government will also commence the new housing developments in Bel Air and Otsa that will hopefully impact on at least 200 households. Lisa?
And something on the agricultural front, we did hear about the banana improvement productivity program. Lots was said regarding that, as well as the gains that St. Lucia's been able to make when it comes to exports. And St. Lucia's been able to export agricultural produce to Dominica, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Barbados, and of course we've been able to see mineral water. We've had pasta, animal feeds, and flour paints and condiments being sent over to our regional neighbors. In the case of the animal feed, the Prime Minister indicated that we've had 110 20-foot containers being exported to Barbados, and how groundbreaking this has been for St. Lucia and certainly for our agro-processors and certainly our manufacturers. So on the crime aspect, because we were speaking about that earlier on and how concerning the crime situation is, we did hear from the Prime Minister that resources are being increased for the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. More vehicles are being procured because already over the years they've gotten some 35 vehicles, 8 motorcycles, and more to come. The Prime Minister also indicated a training that has taken place. Also, we'll be having the reintroduction of the K9 unit, and so there will be sniffer dogs that are being introduced. And that program is supposed to be coming on stream very, very shortly. And these sniffer dogs, as we've heard from the police commissioner, that these dogs will be utilized at our ports, ensuring that we do not have contraband coming through, illegal firearm and ammunition, and so forth. So looking forward to that. On the forensic side, what an impressive report on the forensic laboratory there, Primus, being able to utilize all of its skill to detect so many of the cases that we've had, some horrendous cases involving the murder of women, and so lots of successes have been taking place on that level. And Primus, this is where we come to the end of our broadcast, but to tell St. Lucia that you can join us tomorrow, that is Wednesday the 14th of April 2021, as we begin a debate on the appropriations bill. We will be here to walk you through that presentation. So the next 3 days, Primus, is set aside for debate on the appropriation bill.
Oh yeah, certainly. Well, that's where we end. I would have loved to add a little Creole here, but I guess we...
Demain, au cahier du professeur.
Nous allons faire ça demain. Ça c'est là pour nous quitter ici à mon fête.
No need curfew.
Yes.
On behalf of Primus Hutchinson, I'm Lisa Joseph. See you Wednesday.